Nope. There's no way in hell I can live with that floppy-armed nonsense, baby. No way. So Michael Sarah is coming home. And we're heading to Shadowbringers. We're heading to Shadowbringers, baby. We're heading straight there. We're heading there. We have one level to get on the dancer, which means it'll be done in the next day or so with no problem. We have a poll up. You can poll all you want. You can poll all you want, but it's not going to get you anywhere. I do apologize for Friday, my friends. I literally could not bring myself to stream because I would not have enjoyed it. It's as simple as that. I would have just been a miserable, dour, can't wait for the stream to be over piece of shit. And I wasn't going to do that to you. I was not going to do that to you. I was not going to, like, half-arse it and fucking sit here, like, waiting and watching the clock until the time was reasonable for me to stop. Which is where I was. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is. I think it's a whole bunch of stuff, but I was Mr. fucking miserable, man. I was Mr. Miserable. But we've hit the gym consistently.
Hope you're feeling better, Mike.
I've done some nice cooking, made some home-made burritos. My family came home. Oh, I think it was just mainly my family being away for so long. It's not too bad when I'm like working away doing casting or something, because I'm like work mode non-stop 24 hours a day. There's no rest. There's no my brain skipping out of it. In fact, I don't even want my family there. But coming home and just having an empty ass house, nothing's changed. I'm used to chaos. I'm used to abject chaos. I can clean my whole house, have it beautiful, leave my home and come back to a war zone. And part of me kind of likes it. Part of me kind of likes it. I like it. I like the chaos. I embrace Jack's fever. I like the chaos. I come back to absolute war, shoes everywhere, food dropped off some random places. But I did. My family came home on Saturday. Late. They came back at 8 o'clock. I made them dinner for the second they walked through the door. Chris will be jealous. I made an awesome steak pie with freshly made roast potatoes, broccoli, sprouts, carrots, cauliflower, a lovely gravy, freshly baked crusty bread. I ran a bath for my wife. She had a bath waiting for her the second she walked through the door with all the bubbles. Yesterday I took my kids swimming. I took them shopping. I took them to consider ski lessons, so we got to look at that, which was pretty cool. I had a full day with my boys, and my boys missed me. I literally battled my boys in a battle royale in the swimming pool for an hour and a half. An hour and a half of non-stop warfare. To the point where we did get shouted at one point because they found weapons. That's right, foreign objects. They found weapons in terms of these big floaty stick things, and they were trying to beat me to death. And the lady was like, "You're going to rip him in half. You need to chill." I was like, "He's 6. Yeah, they were like beating me to death. All they wanted to do when they saw me again was fight. They wanted to fight. My boys need a good fight. They do. They need a good fight. They need a war. Let's jump down. Today, I am giga excited to get back into some, not MSQ, but close enough. Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's drink in these wonderful souls here. I miss you all. PreachCon seems so long ago now, doesn't it? Doesn't PreachCon feel like forever ago? It really does. It feels like forever ago that we were all sat together. It really does. It feels forever ago. There's Lion. It does. It feels like it was like non-existent. We do have Chris back in the office. Ahoy, Christopher! Ahoy, Sailor! Nupss is back in his new apartment. Congratulations to Nupss. Oh, that's magnificent. That's magnificent. That's great. Right. We need to fantabulize and change our ways before we begin some story-based cutscene action. That's what we need. We need to fantabulize. We can't go on living this way. If we're going to have our face in cutscenes, it needs to be the correct face. He's not in the UK. No. He's not. Praise the trolley. Oh, music. Awesome. Ah, the wedding. Yes. I am sorry. I could not attend. I am so sorry. But you wouldn't have want me there anyway, believe me. I am not a procrastinator by nature. I get very, very upset if I waste an hour of my day. And on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I couldn't consider doing anything other than nothing. You know how many steps I did? Have a guess how many steps I did on Friday to just avoid doing anything. Oh, you've overshot the mark, Kmart. No, I did 25,000 steps on Friday. I just walked my dog forever. Forever. I did 25,000 steps. Just fucking walking my dog forever and ever and ever. And I was like, I just gotta go out and walk and be outside. The wedding was rescheduled. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. That'd be good. Poor Ben dog. Yeah, Ben was knackered. Yeah, Ben was not a happy bunny. All right. Use. Fantasia has been used. All right, don't look. I need to get Nakey. Time for Nakey. Nakey time. Oh, shit. I haven't got enough room. Oh, mother trucker. Mother trucker. Until the next party, we bid you farewell. We bid you farewell until the next party. He's in the Code of Shame. I did see he was in the Code of Shame. Tales of Love. Time to go. There we go. She's stored. That's all that matters. She's stored. She's stored. There she is. There she is. In all her glory. That is the face of somebody who means business. Look at the rigid edges of that nose. Look at the rigid edges. That's a nose that says I cut diamonds with my beak. And it's important to me. Come home. Time to come home. Time to come home. She's beautiful. She has been with us since day one. It's time for her to return to the... It is. It is. A moment of weakness. That's all it was. A moment of weakness. She's back. It feels correct, is what I would say. It feels correct. The true Flora Inspector. Recognizable the world over. Those jaw muscles, no beak. It's your trademark? I think the hat is the trademark. There's nothing about the Michael surface I would describe as correct. What? You become attached if I'm not a cat boy. It's weird. There we go. There we go.
She's back, PogChamp.
She is back. I'm putting clothes on. Okay, I did get a message from Shalana over the weekend, and he was absolutely correct. How do I attach? Because we're risking being plateless. We're actually risking being... How do I save the plate? This is important now. Hold on. It's important because we can't risk being as filthy as Gimpy. It's not that one, is it? It is... Character portrait. There it is. No help? There we go. There we go. No, not that. Apply to adventure. Right, I have to link it with a gear set, I think. Can I link it with multiple gear sets? I don't think it... Didn't it say you had to link it to a gear plate? I think it did. Alright, I'm going to assume this is done. I'm going to assume this is saved forevermore, and I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, if you right-click, and you can link it with gear sets and things like that. I think this is how you save them. Alright, I've linked it with Black Mage, so we should be fine. No. You know, twice I've sat with you in real life, Gimpy. I've shared biscuits with you. I've bought you food. I've hugged you several times. And yet still you managed to disappoint me. After all that, you still managed to disappoint me. I have watched you crawl across the floor of a stage to reenact being a Lalafell, and yet you stand here like this. You're not sorry. You're not sorry. You think it's funny. In your twisted... Slice? Fucking get out of my way, Gimpy. Get out of my way. Yeah, not sorry. Not sorry. Just disrespectful. Just disrespectful. That's all you are. Disrespectful to our people. Hold on, bring home the bacon. Portrait of gear set unlinked. What was that? Current gear inconsistent with gear set? The fuck does that mean?
Good morning.
What? Have I been scuffed? What happened? Scuffed glam? What does that even mean? Portrait gear set unlinked. Gear has been edited. Oh my god, stop it. You're trying to make me plateless. You are trying to make me plateless. Stop it. I'm not falling for it, game. Confirm. Gear linked. Okay. The game is trying to fuck me up, and I'm not falling for it. Hey up, RP are spotted. Suppress you. Keep your eyes open. The walker's red. Ravens now gimpy. Why, Raven? Why would you... Don't tell me you've gone that far. Ladies and gentlemen, Raven Rip has a respectful adventure plate. A respectful adventure plate. Wow. Someone's hacked him. I think this is Gimpy. Have I seen the slice nerf? What? That's fabulous. That's fabulous. There's a slice nerf in 6.2? What are you talking about? What? I'm not reading all the patch notes. There's a million of them. That's like a full day's React Andy stream. Control F. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Control F. Slice. The following adjustments have been made to the gate scheduled to Saucer. One of the 3 listed gates will be held at the times below. Every hour on the hour, it can either be Cliffhanger, Air Force, or Leap. Hourly, 20 minutes. Are they saying you can only do Slice once per hour? Why? Why are they nerfing Slice? Why would they do this? Keep the slices right at 2 chances per hour. By Ross Square! He started a petition. Contribute? No, I'm not giving you money. I'm not giving you money. There's no way. We need to tweet about this. It's the most important thing we do. It's the most important thing we can do is tweet about it. A crime has been committed. The nerfing of Slice. Join in the petition. How on earth? Then this is just to have any more of the wind blows. That's all this is for. That's all this is for. They're not bringing Blitzball. They just want like more anyway the wind blows. And if there's new events coming, fine, nerf it then. But don't nerf it when there's nothing to replace it. Anti-staller measurements? Balls to that. The whole game is a stall. Are you trolling? Got my eye on you, mister.
I return to see a crime being committed. I see.
I can't believe they're going to reduce our chances at Slice. I'm actually really pissed off about that. Like, genuinely. Back-to-back Slice was like the most fun shit ever. And they're getting rid of it. So what? We could do more fucking leap of faith or wind blows? Gross. That's disgusting. You don't like Slice? Then don't play it. Then don't play it. But leave us alone. To enjoy a good Slice. We enjoy a good Slice. I got it nerfed? Yeah, right. Oh god, for more Air Force One. Gross. Last time I started a petition was to get Dark Souls ported to PC. It worked then, surely it'll work now. Do you remember the original Souls port though? Ew. Ew. Gross. Ugh. Spooky. Spooky. Mm-mm. Okay, a lot of doubters in the chat. I can see it. Alright. Alright, believers rising. Centipede Demon in the OG port. I know, man. Just bad. Just bad. I still remember TB's video about it. Just like, this is disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Blighttown, I think on PC, ran at like 4 FPS. It was something like that, right? So you had to do Blighttown at 4 FPS. Good job. That was on console. I mean, who plays games on consoles, though? That's sad. Same on Xbox. Nah. I almost did not play Bloodborne because of how bad it looked. There's a web show out there where you can see that in the background of Bloodborne to maintain... What's Bloodborne at? Like 30 at best? They had to turn all the enemies into sprites in the background. It was fucking shocking. It was absolutely shocking. If you pay attention to what's happening in the background of things like Bloodborne to keep some FPS, it's awful. They turn into like literal block GIFs. It's so bad. But thankfully, when you're up close, it's fine. Yeah, it's common in a lot of games. It's just that in Bloodborne, it looks awful. Like, so bad. Like, when you're first walking through the town, you know, you fight the big butcher on the right, and then you go up the main street. When they have all the guys surrounding the funeral pyre or the bonfire in the middle. It's so bad. Are we walking? I've never tried walking, and I'm not doing it now. No. God, Kayvon, since BreachCon, I notice you so much more now. The man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kayvon. Trucking his way to Manchester on his jack. What a guy. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. I could have swore that was a circular one. It's over. It's over. I failed everybody. I thought it was the choppy one. This is sad. Let me back in. One rescue. One rescue. Go on, let me in. Rescue me. Rescue me. Come on. I agree. Slice should be nerfed. One, it's far too difficult. It's elitist content. So it has no reason to be in here. You get kicked out as well, Woden. I thought it was one of these. I was chilling until I saw it falling over. Yeah, maybe it's for my benefit they're getting rid of Slice. Maybe. As long as this thing doesn't win. As long as this doesn't win, I'm alright. I can live in happiness as long as that does not win. You're baiting it.
Excited for patch day?
I am. I remember I won't be playing patch day because it's got MSQ and all that kind of stuff in it. So we always give it a week. We always give it a week. Let everybody enjoy it. Have some fun before we jump in. But I'm not going to lie. It makes me very, very antsy that you guys will be getting the next part of the MSQ. And you'll do not spoil who the new trial is for me. That's all I ask. That's all I ask. I can trust the FF14 community not to do that, but, I mean... I'll have you know I won Slice many times last week. Do you know what the interview with Chris Wilson is going to be? No. He asked me to... he asked me to come call him again after they've settled with Lake of Calandra's tweaks and fixes, which they've had a lot to do. I did see that the new arch nemesis mobs were taking like forever and ever and ever to kill, and they just weren't fun. So I saw the fixes to go into that and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Ashton.
Have you seen Speaker's Netflix documentary? It goes into the details about FFXIV 1.0 from the player's perspective and all the gameplay elements that made it fail.
I know about it. I haven't watched it yet. I think we'll save it till after the roll quest. That's a good one, Ashton, to remind me of it. I had forgotten about it, actually. But yeah, we'll come back to it then, I think. We'll come back to it. Oh, Pressia one as well. This is... That's close for speed. At least Raven didn't win. Didn't win. That's because he's a poor. That's acceptable. Durnsby won? Jesus Christ. You have, haven't you? No, we've seen the other one. We haven't seen that one. It's a different one that goes into more details than that. No news on the Epic Display yet. We're waiting on a meeting that's happening between Squeenix and Display next month, I think it is. It's soon, anyway. It's soon. So we will have some details for you then. But they're having a meeting to sort out how to manage the Final Fantasy content on Display. Make sure everybody's happy. Magato one as well. Disgusting. Disgusting. Get me out of here. Oh, no, no. Lottery. Woohoo! Lottery. Lottery. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah. They're like you guys won anyway. Shut up. Make out like I'm the one who's struggling here. I'm not. I'm not. Crushing thighs. I have to check this adventure plate. They're starting to spread. They're starting to spread. There's more and more of them appearing by the day. Yeah, I mean, imagine having a character called Crushing Thighs and not having a dope adventure play to go with it. What a fucking poor. It's just disappointing. You know what I mean? Like, have a little bit of fucking care. Not the right way. Makes me sad. When do you get your dwarf tank? It's not on my priority list right now. That's just the nature of the beast, man. It's just not. It's not on my priority list. I'll be jellyless as well. I'm okay with it. Look, you've got to understand. I've come to peace with it. I'm at peace with it. It's fine. I've got other things I want to do. I would rather do role quests. I would rather level some other jobs. That's just the way it is. I'm fine with it. My soul is rested. I live in absolute peace with myself. I am. I'm happy with it. The only reason I would ever do it is to shut you guys up. There'd be no other reason. Fuck's sake. Disrespect I get from this game on my fucking glam every single goddamn week. It's just disrespectful. Sad. That's all it is. It's just disrespectful. I look amazing. I look absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'm going. Don't laugh at me. Gigapause. I look fantastic. Every day. I bring a certain level of class. Shut up. Shut up. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. Whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. We got 3 friends for a quick donga. Let's cap this character. And then we've got every single role available. Sure. Magato in Kua. Beautiful Kua. Beautiful, beautiful Kua. Security level upgrade for tanks. I'm not. You're not baiting me. Eat me. Let me eat my eggs. You're not baiting me. I don't care. I don't care. I really don't. I am at peace with it. I think we've nearly finished the book as well. I think. Or maybe not. I do not have that item. That's not good. That is not a good way to be. Oh, are you playing Astro? Oh, I'm kind of jelly. I am kind of jelly, honestly. Any stuns? Woohoo! 1 stun. Oh. I am jellyless. I'm okay with it. I am. I'm totally fine with it. I'm so excited for today. So excited. It was worth leveling every character to get some more Shadowbringers big story. It's gonna make me cry, isn't it? If it's really, I mean, it's Shadowbringer stuff.
Let's
It's gonna make me really sad. It's the Orion, how you doing? Depends. Okay. I have to remember some of the characters a little bit. I don't remember everybody who was in Ardvert's posse. Well, there'll definitely be that point where I'm like, how does Mike not remember this character? Well, that will happen. Yeah, I don't know what we start with. I actually don't know what we'll start with. Not sure what the best play is. Recommendations? All we've done is the ranged caster one. That's it. So we've got tank to do, healer, melee, ranged fizz. Healer's best, so maybe we don't do the best one first, right? That might be like overshoot the mark and make the others feel worse or something. That can happen. Kind of blow our wedge straight away. This guy's kind of a jerk. Transmute Thunder. Are you winging us? What's that do? We're gonna blow up. Okay. That's fine. I definitely thought you were all trolling there and we were actually gonna blow up. Apparently not. Good job, you guys. Wait. There's nothing. It just shoots that stuff out. Fair enough. Alright. Good game. Oh, there's two different types. Based on color? We've done caster, yeah. That's the only one we did at a time. I think we had to do one to progress. Or I wanted to do them anyway. Seto better not be involved in any of these. I can't take that. I don't want that to happen again. I've got cooldowns up. I'm not doing it. Let's go. Based on spell name. Okay, cool. I think it has a color thing as well, right? Boo! Skip the best variation. Boo! Stop doing damage. After this, I get to try Astrologian. Or Warrior. I'm kind of curious about Warrior. I'm kind of curious about Warrior. I hear nothing but good things. Fell Cleave! I want to know why they're considered such absolute monsters. Hey, watched a great film last night, squad. If you're into a little bit of creepiness, called The Black Phone. Watched it with Emma. Bit heavy in places. Bit heavy, that one. For the people who made Sinister. Recommend. Yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty creepy, that one. Warrior's a good choice. I don't know, man. Warrior or Astro? Although I think Astro's getting a rework soon, so it might be worth saving Astro until that rework happens, eh? That might be a smarter idea. Only 7.0? Okay, so we got some time then. Okay. And then I can really bitch when I don't like the changes. I like the sound of that as well. Nothing better than knowing so much that you can then bitch about the changes. Oh my god. Warrior's the hero class? Okay. Alright, we'll bear that in mind. Who's better story-wise, Astro or Warrior? Like, I'm more interested in Warrior for the gameplay. Astrology now is miserable? Oh. Oh. Warrior has best story? Is it going to be Ezedri's Reaper?
Stir up the souls. No, wait. I am the hero.
I think Dark Knight has been one of my favorites, but it's hard to deny Scholar was definitely up there. Scholar was definitely right up there. Dark Knight is pretty fantastic. It is. It is. That's some giggles, but overall, was it a fun of the Warrior story? Okay, okay. Ninja when? I have zero interest in Ninja. There are definitely some jobs I have no fucks about. Ninja is one of them. But I have to admit, I would not have been remotely interested in Dancer if it wasn't for the fact it was the highest level ranged fizz that I could start on. So, doesn't mean I won't enjoy it. I could just say right now I have zero interest in it. Ninja cool as hell. I think Chris plays a lot of Ninja or Samurai. One of those two. He was telling me about his macros. Make certain combos happen. Right, the only reason I know about Ninja is because Raven keeps banging on about how fast it makes people enjoying fly. What is this? It frozen in time when the counter stops. What?
Less than 3.
Oh, I remember this. We make a circle around the boss. Yeah. I remember. I do remember this mechanic. You were telling me about the macros. What? That's not slander. That's the truth. Confused, unable to accurately perceive surroundings. So is this a lie? Samba! Do we use our crit buff before or after you do technical step? Any Noahs on that one? After, okay. $89! 89, baby! Yeah! Oh, Hot Wheels! I remember Hot Wheels. We're playing Doom now, baby. In my moment of misery over the weekend, I did watch the Doom movie. It's still fantastic. It really cheered me up. Which one? The one with the rock. And Carl Urban. The best part of the whole movie is literally when they're picking up their guns and it gives off the call signs. Call sign, Destroyer. Call sign, The Kid. Call sign, Goat. Because he likes religion. What? A movie for me to watch? What? Netflix? Oh, the Jamie Foxx vampire thing. Yeah, I watched the trailer. I didn't fancy it. Was it good? Yeah. Yeah. The mythical creature of Snoop Dogg. I feel bad I've never enjoyed Snoop Doggy Dogg's music. I mean, after that Starsky and Hutch movie, where he was like the weed connoisseur of the entire West Coast or whatever it was. Yeah, definitely. Snoop Lion. He was Snoop Lion for a while, right? That was a good choreography. Ah, okay. Who's checking out the new Game of Thrones? Who's willing to go back in? And, yes or no? Chris watched it last night, yes or no?
Good news.
Okay, you're willing to step back into the den. Who's doing, I don't want to know anything more than whether you give it like an okay on it. Who's directing it? It's not them fucking clowns, right? Is Georgie Boy involved at all? Yeah, okay. Right.
It's pretty cool.
I am willing to have a look. One season brewing that show, but there's potentially more there.
Yeah.
I never cared for the dragons. I actually quite liked it when she locked them in the cave. But fuck you. You are eating all the locals. Like, this is bullshit. I didn't realise what my APM had put into a dancer at this point. It's actually, you press so many buttons. For a very small window, you do press a lot of buttons. Oh, I got a button for that. Thanks. I missed that whatever it is. I bet that is... Oh, you're just... I was going to say it might be the good wife. Could have been the good wife. Fixed headphones? Fixed. This dungeon is one of the better dungeons in the game. This dungeon is sick. I mean, what the fuck? Help! I'm dead. Maybe. I don't see whatever that prediction is for that. Maybe it's just all around that character. I am not winning the Count Stacula, by the way. I want to put that on record. I'm not the champion. I can't believe the Mega Sisters lasted so many games. I mean, it's great. You got those Shadowbringers dungeons where you go to 8? I don't remember that. Reno card. The jacket. Is that like a bodysuit? Oh no. Hard pass. Hard pass. You won 2 of the 10k ones? No way, man. I remember I healed you through it. Oh, of course you remember then. That's what happened to you. We're nearly done. 1 MSQ, I think we're done. If anyone wants to do it. Anyone for the MSQ one? I think that's it. I think we've got every character ready. Lego. Magato, you down? Nice. Oh, so happy to have you going to another dungeon? Why are you being so fucking suspect? You're creeping around. Chris is being giga suspect, man. He's like cruising around the building. He's got no shoes on. You know why. He's probably because he reached the top of the tower. I think Raven let me know it took like 5 hours, Chris, to get to the top of that tower. 5 hours of grinding to get to the top. 8 hours total. Worth it. Worth it. It took you like 7, and he took 3 days. Miserable. Miserable. Absolutely miserable. Eight hours. You got a nice screenshot. That's totally worth it. Hard pass. Hard pass. Not going anywhere near it. No thanks. As long as you had fun. Did he have fun though? Or was that a frustrating 8 hours? For a very brief payoff. That is a Tinder date gone bad, that is. That is a Tinder date gone bad. Definitely did 4 hours and rage quit. The people learning to speedrun it though.
Morning, big man XOXO.
Hey man, how's it going, Mr. Georgie boy? How was the honeymoon, bruv? Was it good? Have you seen the reward for the new anniversary event coming up? I haven't, no. Worth? Yeah, learning to speedrun that is a nope. That's a nopers. It was awesome. Perpetual hangover, can't go wrong. You do a lot of drinking over there. Wait till you have kids, George. Then it'd be like, it'd be great. We got a really nice rest. Got some good sleep. Awesome holiday. Emma's got the skiing bug. She thinks we should try skiing.
Good morning.
I blame Patrick for
Holy
it.
hell. Has it been this long?
Oh, Mr. Meth hits the big 70 today. Oh my god, thank you, Meth. I've never skied and I have no balance. I have doubts. I like going down on sledges and things like that. That's what I'm after. Oh yeah, skiing is crazy expensive. I told Emma she needs to get some secondhand shit for just jackets and stuff. We did not have ski trips, no. I think they did take place, but we were too poor for the ski trips. I don't think I went to any of the going abroad trips. This is why she's into it, because there's a ski trip for my oldest son to Italy next year, and they're doing it for, I think it's like £400. So she wants him to go on the ski trip, but she'd like him to not be shit. But no. Yeah, I mean, the only school trips I got to go on, my big one was to the theme parks, like to Alton Towers. I got to go on that. I think that was 15 quid, but yeah. There was no way we were going on that. Yeah, you grew up in Norway, exactly. Yeah, so that doesn't help. Here's the event. What is it, Chichin? The Rising. The footfalls of today echo in the legacies of tomorrow. Event items is a miniature Emmet. Is that it? Okay. Okay. It looks like he's giving the finger. It looks like he's giving the finger. It's like a rude little guy. You can rule over sanctuary in your absence. It's not the prettiest thing I've ever seen. But it was intentional. It does look that way. It does look like he's just, fuck you, man. Is this your first Rising? It is. I don't know what the Rising is. No, I've never done the Rising. Alright, don't spoil it. Let me find out what it is. Yeah, I've never... No one's ever brought up the Rising to me before. I don't know what it is. Okay. Something to look forward to then. That should be good. AR anniversary. Just make sure you're not plateless tomorrow, dudes. Alright? That's all I ask. Don't be plateless tomorrow. Get good, get strong, sort yourself out. Be at one. Hey, Fincy, thank you very much for the 10 months. Yeah, don't be plateless. Just sort yourself out today. Prepare for the horrors of tomorrow, and life will go on as normal. We'll be a happy bunch. I can make it so no one can see the plate. I think I did the Rising? I don't think so. I don't think we've been playing for a year. It's coming up to that date, but I don't think so. No, because we started... No, we can't have done, because we didn't start playing till after the subathon last year. Right? And that was in September.
A little level Noda whispered me they've seen Sid in the Fairy District.
What can't have been? I think so. We did not start FF14 until you guys unlocked it in the subathon. And we started after the subathon. So it's got to be 11 months. Yeah. Well, not quite a year yet. Oh, hey, Ledger! Thank you very much. Hi, Boris. The Rising was mostly in September. The Subathon was mega fun. Yeah, Chris has got some dubious ideas for this year. Chris has kind of taken charge of what we do for September this year. He's going to expose me to the ideas on Thursday. Thursday is the plan. Whatever horrible things he's got in mind for him this year. I know it won't be a 24-hour-a-day, week-long thing. Although this time I could literally live in the office. I could become this sort of, like, office ghost. Yeah, not a year yet. Yeah, exactly. Anime tent stream. God, camping out as we hit... I mean, the happiness and joy of that moment. We hit 20,000 subs. We raised all that money for charity, and I was in a fucking tent on my own in some dirt box field having to watch One Punch Man or whatever it was on a little tablet. Building that tent in that field with Nupss. We got it up though, didn't we, Nupss? We nailed that tent build. We absolutely nailed that tent build. And then going and dropping Nupss off at an absolutely top of the line country hotel with a 4-poster bed. And I'll go sleep in a tent. The worst part is because I was on camera permanently. Was when I had to sneak out of bed to go for a pee in a field. Adjust me boxes past the camera. That's nerve-wracking, that experience, you know. That's not a fun time for anybody. Aladra, dude, snipes! This guy, Sniper Rooney. Absolute sniper, Aladra. It is for us. Shout-outs to the nighttime crew, though. Nighttime crew represented during the subathon. Whole nights of drama time. I tell you, the fear of sleeping, you balls coming out. Worst. Worst experience ever. Worst. I had to keep cutting the VODs because you'd walk around in boxes during the night and I had to cut it out. I mean, boxes is fine. As long as no nuts are escaping, that's all good. That's all good. No balls. We were betting on it. I bet you were, man. I bet you were. Any second now. Nuts, there he is. Nuts there. That clip of that Australian game, Sneaky Nuts. So fucking funny. There he is again. Nuts there.
Trolley.
Fucking funny, man. Come on, let's through. Pee on stream, all right. No, I did take time off stream to shower and have a pee. Didn't need to film that. I still haven't seen the clip of me charging through the Trafford Centre with 7 pizzas for the birthday party. Having to rope in poor, what was it called? Can't remember. I know he was like, why do you need help when Nupss was there? He's the cameraman. I can't remember what that guy was called. He was a superstar from Pizza Hut though, who carried all that food.
6.2 Hypog.
Alright, get ready. We're gonna have a photo.
You guys see this?
Oh, it's bullshit. Mum's making us do this big family photo. She's gonna stick it in with a wedding invitation. Me and Nathan got these puff-like matching shirts and shit that we have to wear.
We're gonna give it 10 seconds before the timer goes off, so get ready.
Yeah, it's shit. I hate photos. Nate's such a funny fucker. Sometimes, like, he used to do this thing where he'd stick his middle finger up in photos, right? Here you go. See, middle finger. Me, Mum and Nate, middle finger. Julia, fucking up her photo. Oh, he does this thing lately, right? It's called Sneaky Nuts. And basically what it is Nate gets his nuts out in the back of a photo, but like in a sneaky way. I'll show ya. So here he is with me and my mates. Nuts out.
Nuts out.
Here we go. Sometimes he'll get 2 nuts out. Sometimes he'll do 1 nut, like over the top, sometimes through the fly. He mixes it up, so you never know what you're gonna get. Oh, that's Christmas time. Outside the church, Dave whips out a nut. It's fucking funny, man. It's cool. What's he got? Yeah, he's got one out there. Jamie and Julia. Nathan.
Nuts out.
Didn't even realise.
Fucking funny. Nuts out. The accent makes it work. Yeah, it's on BBC. Yeah, for TOS, they're not real nuts. It's fine, guys. Not real nuts.
Hype.
It's a comedy show. Nuts at. There it is. Yeah, it's a sketch show. Didn't even realise. There he is, fucking up her photo. Nuts at. Gotta watch more. How did Chris Lilly? It's like Mitchell and Webb. You just get sent the random clips of the nonsense and stuff. Oh, no, I didn't, Bellin. No, I haven't. I have a nut allergy, so I can tell. Fake news. Yeah, it's just a sketch show. It's fine. There's no real robots in Red Dwarf either.
From my
Oh, Landra, thank you so much.
Since my new job delayed,
Thank you,
and
dude.
I don't remember if anyone said it. In FF40 after years, the villain is a hive mind of young girls from space. I wonder what they inspired.
I don't want any hive minds of young girls. Are you claiming that some things in FF14 are borrowed from other FF games? Snipping, clipping more than 10 minutes in a row? Block it. It's your own safety. Jesus Christ, Landra, that's a bummer. Hey, Ollie, thank you for 7 months. Sabraxa, thank you very much. I'm just saying. Next you'll tell me Sir Digby Chicken Caesar is not a real detective. The best Mitchell and Webb is still the fucking snooker commentators. I fucking love that. I love it so much. The snooker commentators make me piss every time. Barely get through a raid with Ball Fat and Ugly without some Mitchell and Webb to keep you company. And that's a bad miss. We're just sat there with the chicken vindaloos and the takeaways. And Zero, thank you very much.
Brother. Hell yeah.
Virtual Infinite Storage Space was commonplace. Yeah. Oh no, it's fine. Like, it's still a funny picture. It's still good. The snooker commentators are the best. Or just fucking what's he called? Shit, dude. The Laboratoire. It's not Mr. Panten. What's he called? He runs the Laboratoire. Alright, son. High fives. Nailed it. Alright. What? I have. I've got some filming to do this afternoon, so I need these. Not yet. Alright, thank you. Are you going back down to see Mummy? Alright. See you later. I'm not a very good floor inspector. Wow. Kind of rude. Kind of rude. Alright, spare clothes are here, Chris. We're saved. Kind of true. I mean, that's a compliment, right? Not being a good floor inspector is kind of a compliment. I think that makes us good people. Oh, there's no point in me banking anything here, is there? There's no dodgy communities like Jimmy Carr, Frankie Boyle, who knows? I love the offensive joke style. If it's not told right in the right context, they're great. They really are good. I saw Bill Burr live when he was in Manchester, and it was great. I was actually disappointed at first, sadly, because it was a lot of jokes that I'd heard before from his previous American tours. So that kind of sucked, but it was when he went off the cuff, that was the best part. By miles. It was really fun. I would have hated to walk away from that show being like, I would never watch Bill Burr live again, but I totally would now. What do you have floor commentary? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Get out of here, Nero. Not welcome. The only situation Jimmy Carr shows is the true content. Yeah, I mean, he basically builds it up so he can deal with hecklers, right? I mean, people go to that show to heckle. They brought me a green shirt, Chris. Would be fine for the green screen? No problem.
Poor.
Hey? You speak to me urgent. Oh, you alright? Oh, yeah. this is going to get interesting, isn't it? I haven't spoke to Enzo. No, head gasket is waiting. Yeah, I know, I get it. Yeah, that's never enough.
Look for the Nupss control panel. It will be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
This is gonna get really fun. Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about God. You're too bloody useful.
Okay.
The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection will last much.
Okay. Okay. Alright, we'll talk about it a bit.
For whom do you fight?
Interesting. Alright, bye. Huh.
How very clear.
Yeah.
Do you believe
They're
in
making up
yours
stories
here?
again about my car. So, they're saying that they called me at some point last week. They haven't. The manager called me, specifically. They gave a name. And he called me, because to context, I realized yesterday they have not spoke to me about my car since PreachCon. Because they called me while I was at George's wedding in Somerset. And they said, look, I've just taken the case of your car, some new guy got involved. And I realised you've now been without a car for 6 weeks at that point. So he said, I'm just letting you know, we've got a courtesy car here for you, because you did say you needed it next week. You needed to have a car. So I was like, okay. So I went and picked up the day after PreachCon, so that was Friday. I went and picked up a courtesy car, and then I took Annie and Jordan and Connor to the office here, so Annie and Jordan could see the studio and stuff. And I've had that car since. That was the Friday of PreachCon, and they haven't called me since. And so we were talking with Emmy yesterday. It's like, what's happening with your car? I don't know. Like they haven't called me. They gave me a courtesy car, and they haven't spoken to them since. So she was like, fuck it, I'm getting involved because we are paying for the car at this point. And we haven't had a car for nearly 2 months. So we've worked it out. I've had the car for 7 months, and it's been in for repair for 2 solid months of that 7 months. And I'm paying for it monthly. So she's decided, fuck it, I'm going to give her a load of shit tomorrow. So I was like, cool, go for it, have fun. Because she wants them to pay our finance payments, because we haven't had a car that they sold us. So what they said now, when she spoke to me this morning, is that apparently last week I got a phone call from Enzo. Didn't happen. And she's like, we've got it on the system that we spoke to, it hasn't. Telling you that it needs a brand new engine, and we've contacted the warranty people, and they've been and assessed the car, and in 7 days we'll let you know whether you're allowed to have another engine or not. And if they say no, it's just a dead car. That's the message she got this morning. And I'm like, so are you saying that we'll have a car that we're paying for on finance? This is what she told them. And it doesn't work. And they go, yeah, maybe. And that's why I said this is going to get really interesting. This is going to get really interesting. And a little bit. I kind of feel in a weird way I'm going to have a lot of fun with this. I feel it coming on is like, I'm really going to enjoy this, because you're not going to like what's going to happen at all. And it's going to be really, really bad. A brand new engine. So they told me the last update I had of them was that the head gasket needed replacing, and they were waiting for the part to arrive. So This is gonna get very wild.
Power to stop me.
Very wild. And then they were like, and if you say no, we're going to take the car off you. Yeah. So, I want to be clear. Waiting for a head gasket to arrive, any mechanics in the chat, does not equate to someone telling me the car needs a new engine. I know it doesn't. It's saying they're not going to try and twist the words there. All this because of a broken temperature gauge and a car that I drove to the garage. Well, I feel like it's not going to end well for them at all. They're fucking around. It's from the car shop. A big franchise place. If you were staying at the Travel Lodge at PreachCon, you walked past it. That place right near where the PreachCon event took place. Is your car secretly a horse? No, it's a very normal Ford Focus. Should have gotten a Volvo. That's what it is. Yeah, that's the problem. Wasn't a Volvo. Oh, come on. Really? No, yeah, I bought a Ford. You can't skip this, it's impossible. Bummer. By the time I'm done with the Ford, it'll come out as a Volvo. I've never known such an incompetent bunch of people that just consistently just make up stories. Level 90! Yeah. We're going from Wales to the Netherlands for our holiday come October. Any tips for driving on the wrong side of the road? Right side is bis, but you bought? I can give you some advice on that. It feels very weird for about 10 minutes and then it becomes the complete norm. GG team, all rolls ready. Yeah! We're all set. Didn't we get some new gear to equip, I think? I'm not sure if we got level 90 gear. Maybe? We got some. Oh no! Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's bad. I am a spoony bard. Oh, that's horrendous. Oh dear. What? What do you want? Right, why'd you keep creeping around? You've got something behind your back. You're not that clever.
I'm not trying to be hiding, I'm just trying to wait, okay. So, you know how Square Enix has made these awesome stories?
Who?
Yeah, you know the stories we've read, story time? Yeah, all the...
My stories? Or drama time?
No, the ones they did for the game, right?
Oh,
the
right,
little side
yeah.
stories, yeah? Really cool, right?
I suppose.
Yeah. Well, it turns out they've actually also made some like little books. Real books.
Real books?
Yeah. And as it turns out, they've also made a children's book, which I thought was quite wonderful. So Mr. Waven, Uncle Greg, messaged me and said, God, you know, I found this. I'd like you to...
Found it?
I'd like to send it to you. Can I send this to the office? I said, yes, you may.
Is this filthy?
It's not filthy.
It's from Raven. It involves panties in some way.
No, but it is something that takes after my own heart.
It's a Namazu thing, isn't it?
May I present to you the Namazu and the greatest gift?
Oh wow, it's an actual picture book.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this a regulation? Is this official?
Yeah, it is. It's straight off the Square Enix store.
15 large Canadian.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Wow. This one, the Namazu and the greatest gift.
So I thought you could regale the chat with a nice little story.
Oh, it's cute.
It is adorable, yeah, genuinely.
Oh wow. Have you read this? Yeah.
I had a quick look. I haven't read through the whole thing.
I'll read this to my kids. Do I need to read this on stream?
I think you
Do
should.
we need a story time?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Alright. Official. Is there like a collection of these?
This is the only children's book.
This is the only children book. Is about the Namazu. Okay. Alright. Alright, give me a couple of minutes while I fix this abomination that's staring me in the face. Ew. We can't live this way. This is tragic. So Raven, you found this? I'm gonna check your actual image to see if you have other gear pieces. Oh, I went through that. That's fine. But yeah, you're not wrong, Furion. Am I changing race? No. Staying like this. Out of the way, poor people. Alright. A story is coming. Let me go for a pee. And we'll learn about the Namazu. And the greatest gift. Oh, Chris. Right, we won't read the story here. I've had a better idea. We're not reading the story just yet. I've had a nice...
Hold. Give me a sec.
Are you tired of falling on your ass every time you want to use a PC? Me too, but I don't. You know why? The name? Rex Tyson. And I'm a world-renowned chiropractor and sexologist. I'm going to introduce you to GT Omega. GT Omega gets everybody pregnant all the time. I use GT Omega so I don't fall down. I can lie down, I can sit down, I can roll over, I can even crash into walls if I want to. I can do anything I want with GT Omega. Doesn't matter if you're poor, you can use a discount code provided by Preach Gaming. Want to know how I got this swole? I have not 1 chair, 2 chairs, 3 chairs, 4 chairs, 5 chairs. I know what you're thinking. Hey, Rex, I can't be as swole as you and get me one of these chairs, but you can. Not only that, even women can sit in these chairs. Well, that's all you're gonna get from Rex Tyson today. I gotta get back to winning the World Superbike Championship. So remember, next time you go to use a PC, sit in a chair.
Sorry to disappoint on story time, but we will be having it. We will be having story time. Okay. Just won't be here. It will be in shortly. Okay. It will be shortly. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Just a slight delay. Slight delay. Thank you all for helping with the dungeon. As long as you read to the kids, I'm happy. I will read it to the kids. I promise you. I promise you. Don't be mad. Don't be still mad. Mad anyway. I'm perma-mad. No madges. Right. Oh my god. This is it. It's happening. Oh my god. We're going back to the Crystarium. I think we'll start with the tank one. We're going back to the Crystarium. Oh, giddy. I need to go to... Come on, memory. I need to go to the pub, don't I? It's in the bar. Not the market. The man with too many scars. Is this it? The man with too many scars. Oh, this is going to be sad, isn't it? This is going to be sad. I don't want to talk about 6.2. They're nerfing Slice. I'm giga sad. Oh, Raven's reading his storybook. Bragat's got the cleaning going. Here we go. The man with too many scars. The tall, dark stranger is regarding you with a mixture of curiosity and approval. Can't say I've chatted with you before. I think I'd remember if I had. Seen your fair share of fighting, have you? Uh-huh. And wary besides, eh? Rest assured I've no secret designs. Name's Granson. Bounty hunter by trade, mostly sin-eaters. When I first laid eyes on you, I had a feeling you were a tough bastard. The sort that must get mistaken for that warrior of darkness folks have been talking about recently. Is that right? Easy, killer. I couldn't care less who you are or what you've done. The only thing I'm looking for these days is a like-minded partner. Someone willing to join me in the hunt for the biggest prize this side of Norvrent. Okay. Thought that'd grab your attention. The Kai signs the fiend I'm after. One of the so-called cardinal virtues, as folks are wont to call them. There were hopes that somehow the death of Vorthri and the Wardens might have put an end to Dikesign. Alas, no. Seems the rules that bind other sin-eaters don't apply to the virtues. Former warriors of light, the esteemed heroes who saved the realm a century ago. Dear old Brandon was one of them, I'm told. Stop me if you've heard all this before. Anyway, like his comrades, Brandon died in the process, only returned relatively recently as a sin-eater. The better to torment we few who survived their mercy. Needless to say, I aim to put an end to all of that. Poor Brandon. You've heard the pitch, so what's the answer? You interested in hunting Dikesign with me? Uh-huh. Not a whit of hesitation. I like you, sinner. Nevertheless, I'll need you to humour me and prove you're the dab hand I think you are. For my sake as well as yours. I've heard reports of stray eaters drifting close to the Crystarium. Come with me and put my mind at ease. It's pronounced, Thekasini? Thekasini? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay. Psyker! A sprout, but not a paw. A sprout, but not a paw. DKO Cine. DKO Cine? Like that? DKO Cine? I'm gonna forget. They could have just called him Brandon. That would have worked well for me. There you are. Very good. The facilities we're after were sited west of the Ancestor Gate, so we'll need to head straight through before we begin our search. Oh, and if you happen to have any objections to killing eaters for sport, remember that many were once innocent people. You'll be doing them a favour by putting them out of their misery. Oh, thanks for reminding me of that. Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it. Always nice to remember you're killing former innocents. Yeah, we do like Floofer. Sorry, but I'm sitting this one out. Need to make sure I can rely on you in battle first. You understand? Okay. I can dig. I remember Tesline, yes. Thank you. We all remember Tesline. Good, clean work. This is clearly not your first time. Let's do this once more, just to confirm it wasn't a fluke, though. Besides, the world could do with less sin eaters. Follow me, it shouldn't be much further. What? This guy's got a quest to kill these, and I'm just doing it for him. That's all that's happening here. Good, good. I collected my bounty. Fantastic. Gotta fill that bar? Seems so. Seems so. Don't look at me. Your prey's out there somewhere. Oh, God. Now he's gonna have me calling him Daddy. I'm not sure I'm down. Surveying. Spotting. Yeah, that'll do. You're exactly the sort of woman I've been looking for, and thank gods for that. My apologies for subjecting you to such a silly test, but I'd rather not have an amateur's death on my conscience. Let's head back to the Wandering Stairs and make this official, shall we? Okay. We could have just talked there, right? It's not like I need a certificate or some sort of laminated pass. Well, apparently we must. So, musical battle music. I like the battle music in Shadowbringers. This thing's really cool. It's cool. Quite a little story time gathering here.
Patience of waiting for your roll business.
Lahi restarting is the best, though. So, just to make you still keen on our arrangement, Floor, will you join me and hunt the dread fiend Thecosine and put an end to this accursed existence? Excellent, then it's settled. Now, every hunt begins with investigation, and ours is no exception. Thecosine can be rather difficult to pin down. But before we commence ours, we would do well to attend our respective preparations. Let me know when you're ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. All set to embark on our great hunt, Floor. Then let us be about it. Before you ask, I've no intention of leading us into the wilds without even an inkling of Thecosine's whereabouts. Thecosine. Scene? Whatever. I don't know. We'll call him Dick. It's called Dick from now on. Norvramp may not be a particularly large realm, even before the Flood, but it'd take us a dozen lifetimes to scour every nook and cranny. So start by asking around a place I know for a fact that Dick has attacked before, the village of Wright on Kaluza. While I don't have any reason to believe he will return, I'd like to think that the survivors might know something valuable. After all, you can be sure that they haven't forgotten the day that bastard came through. Let us be off then. They're not dicks, they're lost, they're wayward souls. I love the story, like, considering how lame I thought the Warriors of Darkness were. Their stories are really kind of grim and horrible. Oh god, the zone, man. Remember the crazy guy who lives in the tower? Welcome to Wright. I reckon it might not seem like much to you, but to me... Oh, you from here, eh? Never mind. We'll save that conversation for after. Tracking down Dick is what matters right now. Let's split up and ask around. Better odds of turning up useful information that way, I'd wager. Right, the hunt for Dick is on. The hunt for Dick is on. Anywhere around here we can find some good quality Dick. A skittish villager. What do you want with me? Sin Eater. The one that came and killed everyone. God, is he back? Why are you talking about him? Oh, I knew I should have stayed inside. There's nothing but death out here now. Death and horror and eaters. Oh, you've got to get your shit together, dude. You've got to get your shit together. Still never done ERP in my entire life. Which nobody believed at PreachCon. Rats. Y'all think I'm some thirsty boy. Thirsty I am not. Well, I am, but in a different way. Despondent. Huh? Where'd you come from? What do you want with me? Dick. That thrice damned eater that's the spitting image of Galge at night. That Dick. I can't help you. All I know is when he came. He, wicked white. If you'd seen the carnage, you would... I'm sorry, I can't talk about this. Well, this is not very informative. Let's see what the noise has to say. Being a shipwright who only dismantles ships has never sat well with my husband. Now he's decided to put his skills to use shaping metal instead. He's even thinking of apprenticing himself to the dwarves, if you can believe it. Profession master, eh? Yeah, I know the type. The noise speaks true. Is that her husband who was down at the boatyard? We had to count all them fucking logs. We had to do that maths test. Well, learn anything worth sharing? I wish I could say I'm surprised, but I'm not. What we saw that day, what he did to us, there's no moving on from that. Alright, what happened? And here comes the Shadowbringers stories. Well, I was planning to tell you the whole story eventually, but I suppose now is as good a time as any. Oh, his wife got killed. I was born and raised in Wright. Lacking any real prospects, I eked out a living as a hunter. I had to try my hand at something more exciting had I not also been trying to provide for the love of my life, Melinda. About a year ago that she accepted a commission from this Yulmoran trader. Bloke dealt mostly in antiques, and he had this bracelet in need of restoration. Bloody old with a questionable provenance, but supposedly it once belonged to royalty or some such. The Fangs of Orthus, he called it. Me and her had been talking about trying the proverbial knot, buying land, building a home, that sort of thing. Around here that might not take much, but it was still a lot more than what we had. So when the trader made his offer, she didn't hesitate to say yes. I'd gone down to the shipyards to pick up extra tools and materials she needed for the work. Quality stuff, but It'd pay for itself 10 times over. But when I got back to write... Dick had been busy. I spied at least a dozen newborn eaters fluttering about trying to make sense of their new lot. The grandmother who lived next door and shared the fruits of her orchard with us. The gruff woodsman who brought firewood to our doorstep. In the dead of winter, both of them reduced to mindless fiends. Just like that. There wasn't time to mourn or to think. I started looking for Melinda. And then, there she was. Alive and well. Our eyes met and we knew it was going to be alright. We ran for each other and... Even now, a year later, it doesn't feel real. One moment she was there. Right there, in front of me. And the next, she was... Dick knelt and took the fangs of Orthus and left. Leading a host of sin-eaters out of right. But Melinda, I still couldn't see her as anything else. She wouldn't budge. She just hovered there and stared, waiting for me to end it. I could never say no to her. Not once in the years we'd been together. But all the time she'd welcome me home with a bowl of hot stew. All the time she laughed at my crude jokes and gave me counsel when I was losing my way. For all that and more, I killed her. Welcome back to Shadowbringers. Do you remember when Hildy went to the moon? Ha! I swore then and there I'd have my vengeance. Dick would die by my hand. I carved the scars in my flesh to mirror the ones left on my soul. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah. An enduring reminder of the vow that I never dare stray from the path. Okay. There. All done. No need to wallow in it. Wouldn't want my tragic yet trite tale to put you off our hunt. Are you still with me to the end, sinner? Okay. That's the spirit. Still, I have some unfinished business here, so if you could give me a moment before we resume, I'd be most grateful. You reckon he carved his own face? I mean, that's got to be the scars they're referring to, right? He scarred his face. Yeah, I think more too, but we can't see under the armor. God damn. Sorry to have kept you waiting, sinner. I'm sure you're eager to get back to it as I am. The trouble is, in your absence, I failed to turn up any information as to whereabouts of Dick. There is one line of inquiry I've yet to pursue, though. The fangs of Orthus. The bracelet my beloved was supposed to restore, and that the Eater took with him when he left right. Sin-Eaters are mindless fiends, driven only by base instinct. Everyone knows that. They've no need for worldly possessions. Yet Dick took the bracelet away, which can only mean that there's something unique about this particular antique. All the sinless bastard's somehow different from the rest of his ilk. Either way, I think we need to learn more about the fangs of Orthus, and I'm just the man to ask. The Ilmoran trader who commissioned Melinda's services. Much like to question him myself, though, I don't think that's an option. Even though Dick's attack a year ago is common knowledge, I doubt the trader will believe that an Eater stole his precious trinket. He's more likely to accuse me of theft than have me clapped in irons. So I'm afraid you'll have to go in my stead, Flor. Melinda said he was a regular at the Beehive. Try looking for him there first. Is the Beehive where that big porno show is? Oh, man. I think it is. Oh, back to the lap of luxury with get your meal ready. meal for everybody. This is a great day. Having more Shadowbringers. Ah, good shit. Good shit. No one trying to throw himself off a balcony? Good. Queen Bee! We should come back and do all the side quests here. Yeah. Sexy pie. What do I owe the pleasure that is your company? The Fangs of Orthus, you say? Oh, very interesting. Oh, awesome. I should be glad to tell you everything that I know, under the assumption that should you recover it, you will see it return to its rightful owner at once. I purchased the bracelet from a travelling peddler who claimed it was a relic of Vorbert, that glorious kingdom that fell with the flood like so many others. He spoke true, from what I could tell, and I intended to sell it to a collector here for a tidy profit, after having it properly restored by an artisan and right. Alas, she was one of several casualties of Sin Eater attack, during which the Fangs of Orthus mysteriously vanished. I have, of course, been keeping in touch with several contacts on the off chance the thief might attempt to sell it. They have not, regrettably, but a piece of similar design did recently surface in Mordsook, I'm told. I was planning to dispatch an agent to investigate, but you seem more than capable of fulfilling that role. As for incentive, you may be assured that any information that aids me in the acquisition of the Fangs of Orthus or similar relics will be rewarded. You seem very trusting. This might be why you lost all your stuff. Alright, back to right. Okay. So I assume then that Dick is royalty. Or has some royal bloodline. That's probably the connection, right? Dick must be a royal bloodline. So, what did our industrious patron have to say? So, he thinks it was stolen, eh? Just as well. We'd probably not know where to head next if it wasn't for his distrusting nature. If this piece of similar design is related to the Fangs of Orthus, then it might attract Dick's attention, assuming it hasn't already. Let's go. It's the only thing that makes some sort of sense. Gamba? Oh, God. I hate Mordsook. Full of bastards. Monkey people. Fine weather we're having today, Mordsook, isn't it? No such thing as this thing without value. That's the creed of these folk. We'll find no shortage of Vorberite trinkets here. Finding the right one, on the other hand, is a challenge. I say divide and conquer as before. I don't like them. They're gonna grab shit out of my pockets, man. I already feel them. Oh, God. Well met. How may I be of service to you? Oh, a token that once belonged to Vorbert royalty, you say? If only I had such a remarkable treasure in my possession, but no, I do not. In all my years here, I've never even heard of such a thing. Okay. Do I hate Gabu? A little bit, yeah. I didn't really care about Gabu. I can't deny the truth, man. I didn't feel the effect. I mean, I felt sorry for him, right? There was a sorriness there, but, I mean... Oh, don't be like that. Yes? You have business with me, traveller? Ah, the Vorberite neck choker. Is that what all this fuss is about? Then you're in luck. My husband has yet to sell it. Once he realised how valuable it was, though, he insisted on carrying it with him all times. If you're not willing to wait for him to return, you could try to hunt him down at the ruins where he's scavenging for relics. They're not far. I like that this might be so valuable that people would steal it. And you'd point me exactly where he is. Bad wife. What news, friend? Ha! I think it was that easy. You've the look of the Fae. But we need to hurry. If my theory is correct, then so long as the scavenger has the choker, he's a prime target for Dick. I think El Husbande is about to receive some stiff dick. I think that might be the case. I think that might be the case. Yeah, choking leads to dick targets. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. This is good advice. Gabu hate. I don't hate Gabu. That's a bit far. I don't hate Gabu. I just wasn't a huge fan of Gabu. He was like Takumi Shinoku. Mod check. Mercy! Mercy! Take whatever you want, but please don't kill me. I have a family. Please, I beg of you. Ah! F. I'm gonna have to kill the husband now. Have I got to go tell the wife? Fuck you, Shadowbringers. Please. Please. Oh, there's music to go with it. Nice. Forgiven cowardice. Maybe we don't tell the wife? Right? Maybe we just let her think he cheated on her with his choker. Shame you missed the fun. This one bit off more than he could chew. Probably because it was a newborn. You could tell by the lingering vestiges of intelligence and self. You see it in their eyes. Like when Dick... Don't tell me you saw him. Uh-huh. Wicked white. And he took the choker too. Damn it. Damn it all. He can't keep getting away with it. Can't keep getting away with it. It's just like right. I was too late to save him, just like I was too late to save her. But not again, never again. I'll hunt you to the ends of this world, Dick. Vengeance will be mine. Yes. Neither the time nor the place, I agree. More eaters could be about. If he starts cutting himself up, it's just every time I cut one down, it reminds me of my first. Of her. Oh, we are going back to Maud Sook. Bummer. Oh, no. We'll ride it in a hippo, and that might cheer her up a little bit. Everyone likes hippos. Anywhere around here we can find some good quality dick. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Where was she? She was stood next to a wall, wasn't she? Wasn't she? Has she moved? She was stood against here, wasn't she? Yeah, I think she's gone. We may have failed to stop him this time, but what matters is we'll both live to see another day. You see, the scavenger didn't. And the wife doesn't yet know she's become a widow. Sod it, I'll tell her what happened. I've been there. Maybe it'll help me to find the right words. Not that there ever are any. Afterwards, I'll have a good think about our next step. Don't let me keep you from your other affairs, Flor. We'll speak again soon. Do we believe he went and did it, or what? I don't know. I think he's a skipper. Hey there, sinner. I broke the bad news to the widow of the scavenger while you were away. She took it about as well as you'd expect. After she cried herself hoarse, I started asking her about the choker and where her husband had got it. Seems he and his mates took a trip to Ilmeg a year or so back, hoping to cart off all the Volbasite treasures they could carry from an untouched ruin they'd learned about. Of course, in their greedy, they neglected to account for the Fey folk who killed or drove most of them. Those who survived didn't come back empty-handed, though. In fact, they'd stumbled upon a remarkable find. 3 sacred treasures of the royal family. They escaped with 2, the Fangs of Orthus being one of them, which was sold by another scavenger to a Yulmoran. Either that merchant you met at the Beehive or an agent of his, I'd wager. So they were Tomb Raiders, eh? The merchant gives it over to Melinda for restoration, after which Dick attacks Wright. Presumably because he's after it as well. Meanwhile, the scavenger here in Maud's suit keeps the choker. The eyes of Orthus locked away for safekeeping, and when he finally decides to sell it, the sinless bastard shows up again. Which brings us to the here and now. Damned if I know why, but at this point there's no denying that Dick's been hunting the royal relics. And so assuming he hasn't already claimed the third one, the claws of Orthus, then I say we should get our hands on it first, then use it to lure him out of hiding. But to that end, we'll have to venture into the fairy kingdom ourselves. No, oh, please, God. Why is it always the Scottish? Why must it always be the Scottish? Those scavengers didn't receive the warmest welcome and were not like to be treated any better. I've been there before. Have you now? And the little devils let you go? I can only assume they've taken a liking to you. That settles it then. We'll head to Ilmeg and ask about this Vorbertite ring. I was just... maybe they sold it to somebody else. Where's Arianje? I need some Arianje support ASAP. That's what I need in my life. Give me my Arianje support and we'll be fine. Zoe? It's a remarkably uneventful trip. I kept jumping at shadows, waiting for eaters or foul demons or worse to attack. Though that might be preferable to the Fae, frankly. Still, we're going to have to deal with them eventually if we're going to find this ring. After all, the New Moi were part of Vorbertite society, and without their help, I'm not sure where to even begin our search. Perhaps there's a village of some sort you can guide us to. Sure. Pla any, eh? Very well. Lead on, sinner. Oh, God, we're going to the mole people. Okay. We're going mole peopling. Alright. This is... I prefer the mole people to the Fae. Let's say that.
Something about your demeanour bespeaks a question unasked. Have I the right of it? A thing that belonged to the royal family of Vobert. And it was called the Claws of Arthur. But Vobert is long gone. I thought the caretaker of the ring you seek. Who can say where it might have got to?
Okay, so you've no idea. Excellent. Lala, ooh.
Oh, hello there. Your questions for me. The Claws of Arthur, the ring, you say. The name I've heard before, but I know nothing save that. Oh, so long. Served the royal family before the flood. Somewhat temperamental they are, but surely they will have knowledge of this treasure you seek.
Okay. Looks like Lala. You see it? Looks like Lala to me. Had yourself a conversation of 3. Learn anything interesting? That flippy flop feet. So this Sol Ul is the one who we ought to speak with, eh? A former servant of the royal family. Which would mean they've lived well over a century. Bugger me. Okay, get buggered. Wide lad spotted. Yes, yes, yes. Flippy flap, tippy tap. That's horrifying, Magato. Actually horrifying. I'm a Fae. You're definitely somebody's fairy. You're definitely somebody's fairy. Not mine. That's pretty cursed.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you seem to know me.
Echo? Holy shizballs.
The 5th was discovered yesterday. A young girl not of age, transformed into a misshapen beast like the others before her.
As if we needed more proof of a pattern. At this rate, any citizen could be next. Tell me you at least learned something from this one. I studied her remains myself, sir. It was plain a powerful magic had been employed. Vestiges of the enchantment lingered long after. The culprit, I think, is not a man to be trifled with. That is all I can say for now, but you may rest assured that I will ascertain their identity ere long. On my honor as a court mage, I swear it. Until I do, however, I would implore you and your fellow knights to dispatch any who show signs, without hesitation. But these are our kith and kin. Should we not try to keep them alive until a way to reverse their transformation can be found? Your mercy would place countless others at risk. As a knight of Vobert, did you not vow to serve all her people? Justice for the weakest among us? Was it not? How many such innocents will die before you do what must needs be done?
It pains me deeply, Brandon, but the safety of the royal family is paramount. I fear that to take anything less than the most drastic measures would be to invite death into this castle.
Death is already here. Surely you must see that. I will not let it be whispered that Princess Saludia turned a blind eye to her people's suffering. These crimes are a tragedy that weighs upon every Vorbertite's soul. Mine most of all. All that is why I will take charge of the investigation myself.
My lady, be reasonable. You cannot put yourself in harm's way. You have a responsibility to your subjects. So I'm to gamble with their lives instead. Let them shield me while I alone take shelter and take them and look down on them from on high. Yes, exactly. You are the princess.
So he was given a sacred charge by the princess, I guess.
You are Brandon, yes. The new recruit. A rather promising one from what the captain has told me. You will attend to me personally.
My lady.
You heard me. I will not stand idly by when I have the power to make a difference. Together we will see justice done for all, as your vow and your princess demand.
Lady Saldia, I understand. Forgive me my hesitation. My life and my sword are yours to command.
I have great expectations for you. I trust you will not disappoint me. Right, there is no telling when our culprit will strike again, so we must begin our investigation at once. There are witnesses to be questioned, clues to be gathered. Come.
Now, Lady Saldia. Lady Saldia.
Ever the stubborn child. I wish you the best of luck, Brandon. You'll need it and more.
Personal guard to the princess, eh? So he's not royal. But he swore an oath. He swore an oath.
Hey, you alright? The way you're holding your head as if racked by terrible pain. What happened to you just now?
And magic and a crystal gave me superpowers.
Lady Saldia. You saw her with your mind's eye. That is as I suspected. You have the gift too. You're like Brandon.
What do you mean she's like Brandon?
Why have you come to me? What is it you seek? I see. In this hunt of yours, you have come to Ilmeg in search of the claws of Arthas. I'm afraid this is no simple matter. First, I would know that you are capable of facing the eater you seek.
Okay, kill.
There is a spot in a river not far from here in which I used to bathe until a number of beasts grew equally fond of it. If you are the warrior you claim to be, this should pose no challenge whatsoever. As for you, I have questions.
Little dance? Yeah! Questions? Question hype rises?
I go kill.
See to the beast floor. So Lul and I have things to discuss. Okay. This way? No, I have not played Paladin yet. Everyone tells me it's the most horrific, painful experience of all time. So I'm kind of down for it at some point. Much like chafing my balls along razor blades. I don't particularly want to do it, but I'm also kind of curious. It's interesting. Really not that bad. It's not that bad. Just 2 mobs. Psh. Pussies. And now my watch is finished. It's way oversold how bad it is. See, now I think you're underselling it. So that I go in with some sort of low expectation. Yeah, it's definitely going to drill me into the floor. Right? So and now you're just playing with my emotions. Is that what you are? Some sort of sin eaters yourselves? Do I have a chat full of sin eaters? Wonderful. Thank you.
The beasts are no more then? Good. I had the heart to do it myself, for they were no ordinary beasts. but old friends who'd survived the flood. Victims of the curse you heard us speak of in your vision. This curse transforms people into monsters, like how sin eaters can spawn more of their own kind. I'll speak no more of this or other matters until you've completed the task I set before you. This is not negotiable, grandson. Flora accepted my terms, and so must you.
We're being manipulated. So secretive, the both of you. Can't we all just speak plain?
Your comrade refuses to acknowledge his situation. This may take time, but I am patient. Indeed, I have dealt with many a stubborn child in my life.
The hard and hard. Galul seems rather more pleased to entertain you than grandson. Paella! Paella! Yum yum. I had risotto yesterday, but it was basically a paella. It was really nice.
Exemplary timing, Flo. There's not more than a moment ago that grandson returned, having at last obliged my humble request.
Humble request my arse. There's no one... This one's no better than your Moran aristocrats. So accustomed to making others do their bidding. Like you didn't have me do your fucking daily quests earlier, grandson. Bellend. Not tricking me. I tell you, there's something off-putting about taking orders from a dog.
You continue to give me cause to reconsider aiding your hunt. Perhaps you should ask your questions.
Fine. Laura said she saw a vision of you and Brandon looking thick as thieves. You were friends, eh? Know what he's up to now?
Brandon is dead. He died a century ago together with his comrades in an attempt to halt the flood that they themselves set in motion. I presume you speak of the eater that took possession of his corpse.
Dick, aye. But unlike most eaters, he's been doing more than roam about aimlessly. For some reason, he's been hunting down royal treasures of old Volbert. And he's been killing anyone who got in his way.
Is he now? What irony. Even in death he remains a slave to duty. A knight brave and true.
He's a murderer. And I'll not hear it said otherwise. He ruined my life, killed my beloved right before my very eyes. Every night I go to bed dreaming of the day I'll take my revenge.
Oh, I see. Truly you have suffered a terrible loss, but while your thirst for vengeance is quite natural and understandable, it is ultimately misguided. Her usual behaviour notwithstanding, Dick is nevertheless no more than an eater. To hate him is to hate the sea that claims the ship, the disease that steals the child, the tremor that topples the home, the mindless force of nature that begets destruction driven by fragmented memory.
Don't you dare make excuses for him. Do you think I wanted any of this? I grew up on a farm. I could barely wield a sword, and now I've got to kill. One of the bloody cardinal virtues. Hate and anger and vengeance are all I've got now. My every waking moment is dedicated to plotting his death. Has to be. It has to be. Yeah, Chris. Not touched, haven't used. So just tell us where the goddamn ring is and we'll be on our way.
This is how it has to be and what you have to be. Nay, I think not. You ask too much, demand far, far too much. And in exchange for what? This I cannot abide.
We're getting cock-blocked? You're trying to barter with me, you little shite. Tell me what I want to know or I'll beat it out of you. Back off, Flo. I won't let anyone or anything stand between me and Miranda's murderer.
Brandon was a dear friend. To know that an eater disgraces his flesh and his memory pains me more than I can well express. It would bring me great comfort if you were to grant him peace. I should like to share with you a story, if you'd be so kind as to join me in Ligaya.
Story time! It's better have a point. Alright, we're getting Puppa story time. Where are we going? Okay. We're on our way. It's got to be a sad story. It's always a giga sad story. It's got to be Brandon was once my master and best friend. He tickled my tummy. He did the whole thing. We'll do the Namazu story after the warrior role quest. Trust. We are playing Shadowbringers. Rayla, thank you for the 20 months. Dalek, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Alright, story time. Oh, it's a duty. Huh.
It is beautiful. Oh, thank you. Even now, a palace of forgotten dreams. But before it was Lai Gaia. For the time of Vobert, it was Grunus-Licht. The memory of mine in which you walked was of a troubled time, when the people of our kingdom were preyed upon by an ambitious fool. Brandon, then a young knight who had only just won his spurs, had caught the eye of Princess Saldia, who chose him as her personal guardian. However, he was far too inexperienced and was unable to keep her safe when she ventured outside these walls on one of her investigations.
Brandon's a failure?
For his failure, he was stripped of his knighthood, and shortly thereafter he quit Vobert. I thought I would never see him again.
Oh no! He was a failure? Oh, bummer, man.
And then one day he returned. One of several wandering adventurers led by a man named Ardbert, who had accepted our invitation to look into the mysterious transformations which had continued unabated in Brandon's absence. Lady Saldia was overjoyed, and for a time it was like nothing had changed. They spoke often and grew even closer.
I love how fleshed out these stories are. So good.
And then came the day that we learned the truth. When we learned that the architect of our kingdom's suffering was none other than the court mage Tadric.
Oh, prick. Oh, we're going back in. It's him, Brandon. I'm sorry. Oh my. Come. Let's have done with it. Asians? It was you, Tadric. Do not deny it. Tormenting our people, twisting and transforming them into monsters. And for what? Brandon, Brandon, Brandon. And after I took such pains to be rid of you. You may strip me of my titles, but not my oaths. I shall serve Lady Saldia till my dying breath. As you like. Once I have killed you and your friends, there'll be no one left to stop me from claiming the throne. Hear me, my children. The hour of reckoning is at hand. Rejoice, for in noble sacrifice shall you find everlasting glory. Oh, Todrick, it hurts. Soon you shall know no more pain. I was going to make it quick for old time's sake. But now? No, I think I ought to take my time. Oh, do we get to play as Brandon? Swashbuckler combo. Greatest Eclipse combo. Chivalrous Spirit. Restores tax HP. Okay. Interject. Interrupts target's action. Okay. Do they not, like, take any damage? Or is that ability just garbo? Maybe we just focus on Tadric? No, he's got full health. Is this just a one and done combo? What's the difference between one and this? I don't know what the difference is between those two. Oh, one's AoE. Okay. I guess two's the AoE one then. Yeah. Yo, Ardbert with the play. There's no escape, Tadric. Surrender. I'm tanking. Can we gather these for Big Cleave? Come, children. In death shall your meaningless lives gain glorious purpose. I'll defend Lamets. Brandon, go to Nalbert's. Nalbert's. Oh, I had to do healing there. I see. I was reading the chat log. Albert and your precious princess. Mine for the taking. Ooh. Cool. Any gathers? Hey, we. For all your crimes and more, you will pay. Come, my children. Render up your lives to your master. Direct approach isn't working. Brenda Ray. So I guess she's the ranged fizz character. Pipers. She's a spoony bard. Gotcha. Bring them here. Are these actual paladin spells? Alright, and Albert heals himself. Oh, it's a buff. 25 seconds of damage up. Oh. What collapsed Nilebert's ass? The spell like these two cast at him? One interrupt? Didn't work. Oh, it was a meteor. Fair enough. No, I didn't see that. Oh. How many more must die for your vanity, Tadric? Don't let him cast that spell. Do whatever it takes. Seems fine. Spreaders? No sacrifice is too great to claim what is mine by right. Rise, my children, and defend me. Tadric! AoE! Surely no one can harness such a massive torrent of ether. Such obedient children offer up their lives in sacrifice. Can you do some flares or what? Good lad. What is life but a medium for my magics? How much longer can you hold the line, I wonder? Oh. You can't keep this up forever. Hey, you can. Keep AoEing. What the fuck? Never stop AoEing. Everyone, now's our chance to turn the tide. I've still got a few arrows in my quiver. Oh, hit the boss as well, man. The fuck? Nicely done. See that, Tadric? You're next. I don't think so. I think these four are next. Don't touch her, you bastard! Oh, he's turning them into demons. You have to defend Lamit at all costs. Oof. Big oofers. Killed mine. Fuck Arbor. This is a good duty. He's channeling a vast quantity of ether. Whatever he's preparing, we cannot let him finish. You heard Lamit, we have to stop him. I can't interrupt that, so I'm guessing I just have to kill this guy. DPS! Is it possible he's got an AoE as all? I'm healing. It would be nice if we had those limit breaks right now, wouldn't it? That would be pretty cool. That was a really good duty. That was awesome. Meddlesome wretch. This kingdom is mine by rights. Brandon, what is the meaning of this? Did they get married? Tadric, you... Why? Why, after serving us faithfully for so many years? I am no servant. No servant. Not of your mother, or father, or you. My lady. You failed again, Brandon? What damns you? What's that Harry Potter spell he just fired? It's not Crucio, is it? Crucio. The killing curse. Healer? Res? Avada Kedavra, that was it, yeah. Lady Saltia, speak to me. Brandon, my dear, brave Brandon. Am I your princess still? Would you honor your vows even now? Now, after ever, my lady, my sword is yours to command. We should have given him Steiner voice. We failed miserably here. He turned out to be Steiner. That is well. Would that I had the strength to wield it myself. Feel your heart, brave Brandon. For the good of Vobert and her people. No. Oh, no, I cannot. I will not. Honor your vows to your kingdom. To your princess. Big hands. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm talking to you, chat. To your friend, whoever doubted you, who knew that you would return and see justice. Justice. Should be me. Brandon, my sword, now and ever after. Who's this? We've rounded up the rest of Tadric's co-conspirators and tossed them in the jail. The ones who hadn't been corrupted by his magics, that is. This was a decided return to Shadowbringers, man. I'll not hesitate again. No matter the cost. No matter the sacrifice.
Well, you saw what happened.
Wicked White. She begged him to do it like Melinda. Oh, I like this as well, because they've got that connection now. All that vengeance and all that hatred, and now he's like, he's no different than me.
Let us quit this place and return to Platina. Gigakawa has struck again.
Yes. I'm not sure if she wrote this, but it all ties together really, really, really fucking nicely. She did. It shows. Gigakawa has struck again. Oh god, we've got a hype train going. Baka, Mares and Steve Strange, thank you all for those gifted subs. No dodgers today. Not in the grace of Gigakawa. On the Gigakawa's eye. Do we look? Anastasia, thank you for the 21 months, Anna. Thank you so much. How is this, how is it they create so much emotions in a couple of quests compared to the jailer? I think it's unfair to compare to WoW. They just don't have that kind of writing. They don't. And it all ties together just so nicely.
Twitch Prime.
I think one of the big things about the FF stories that really works is most of them are pretty grounded. Like, the overall fantasy setting and stuff is huge and over the top, but the actual core of the stories is always very grounded in some ways. About loss of loved ones, family, husbands, wives, children. It's all pretty grounded stuff that you can relate to in some way. Gritty. Dorito, thank you so much for the diamonds. Thank you very much. The Twitch Prime Rising. Thank you all, man. I haven't done the healer one yet. We've done Magic and this one.
Either way, I entered into the royal family's service many long years ago. Because when I was attacked by a wild beast which nearly tore me to shreds, it was Lady Saldia who came to my rescue. She saved me, and that is a debt that can never be repaid. For there is naught in this world which holds greater value than life itself. Not even her death absolves me of it. And so I must always first consider her wishes, her desires. What she would want for me in her kingdom. For Brandon, and yes, even for you, grandson.
Affabub, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime as well, man. Thank you so much, dudes.
Or me. To divine oneself in opposition of the other. An offer bereft of complexity of nuance, wholly devoid of redeeming qualities, a villain. Indeed, there is comfort and certainty in hatred. But it is a false and fleeting comfort. Bought with lies we tell ourselves about who we are, what we must be, what we must do. And never you mind the cost. If anything, the more we offer up in sacrifice, the better. Do you not see it? Brandon was right to hesitate, to doubt. The unwavering blade cares not whom it serves, nor who it cuts.
That's pretty profound. I think I need a moment.
Perhaps you do as well. Leave us now, Flo.
Steve again? Baka, thank you so much. Why is it called been Baka, thank you for the 10 subs, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Baka. Thank you so much. They have loved and lost. Hi, Demi! How's it going? It's a happy yet sad mood, as always. It's Shadowbringers.
Grandson, I've given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here, and where it invariably leads all who walk in it.
Didn't know what to do after I lost Melinda. How to mourn her, how to live. I felt that if I put all on Dick, then put my everything into the hunt. At least I would have to think about myself, or what comes next. I wanted to hollow myself out and fill up that hole with hate. Forget who I was. And irony of ironies, that's just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago, isn't it? Kieran as well? Oh my god, thank you, Kieran. No dodges. No dodges allowed. Hard men making hard choices. Rot. Hold on to Melinda and the memories you shared. Let that love guide you. Think not of Dick, but Brandon. Grant him peace and you'll find your own. Think of the good stuff. You're right. I don't need to hate.
Here's to
Never
8 more
did.
months.
Thank you, Crash. Thank you so much. I'll finish it for Melinda. And for Brandon. And then I'll move on.
Move on, you say?
I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. And the more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow, pity.
Curse not fate, but mourn her victim. Remember the dead as they lived.
Something like that. Reckon Flor would agree, and Melinda. If she were here, would probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. And now we've got a redemption story. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, eh? I slap. Apologies for treating you with such disrespect before, Solu. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me all this time. But I'm still getting my head around it.
Recognizing your faults is the first and most important step. I will tell you what I know of the Claws of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelet and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signify the owner's right to rule. With Thalia was the last of her line, and after her death, they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. Over a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The ones who stole the fangs and eyes. Yes. The relics, they were concealed with magical wards. I can only presume the ones that were spirited away, Dick was able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of an instinctive loyalty to the princess? That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken. And the 3rd is still. Claim the Claws of Orthus, and he will surely come for you. Guys, this is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast this powder into the air. The glamour will fade, and you'll see the chest with the ring. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Solo. I promise we will bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. Oh, man. Oh, Decadence, thank you for the gifted sub as well. A level 3 hype train, guys. Thank you so much, man. Thank you all. And may you find peace as well, child. Shadowbringers is an expansion of expansions, to be sure. To be sure. Where are we going? Oh, we're all going down here. Cool. Let's fly. You're a sinner, for sure. Dodgers, yeah, Dodgers unite. Well, looks like a lot of gifted subs are running out, but that'll happen. That'll happen. Thank you, everybody. Let me share those rewards with you guys. Make sure you all get them. Yeah. Boom. Emotes are being delivered. Enjoy your emotes, my friends. Sharing the power. Oh, you've got it like that. Backer for real in parentheses. Is that a translation, or did you put that into your username, Backer? And again, Walker, compliment Shadowbringers. You can't be without Shadowbringers. Perhaps, but I think if you compartmentalize each one, like Shadowbringers is by far my favorite. Via Twitch, you can put it in your name. Gotcha. Like Shadowbringers for me is
I'm still exploring it now. You know what I mean? I've been so excited to do these role quests for so long. I think I've talked about it every day for about 2 months. And they're certainly living up to it so far. We've only done this one. Let's see what he says, actually. This should be the place. You've got the powder on you, right? Yes. Hey, Devereaux, thank you very much,
Just a cheeky bit of Shadowbringers _ carrot.
Underscore carrot? Oh, it's a duty as well. Awesome. You toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth, as twinkling motes of light, a coffer begins to take shape. This must be the claws of Orthus. All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. We fight on the fields of Ilmeg. In the fairy wonderland. Oh, fuck that, he's here! No, wait. Well, we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hey there, old man. I don't know you, and you don't know me. But I know your story. I know this isn't you. And I know that if Lady Saldia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll be over soon, I promise you. Yeah, personally for me, Shadowbringers #1, Endwalker and Heaven's Ward #2. But very, very close with Endwalker. That's my personal rating. Come on, mate. No, exactly. But I mean, you could also still gauge Realm Reborn and Stormblood are the same thing. We're doing the thingy shortly. I believe this is the end of this role quest. Are we happy with sound, Chris? Do you think it's fine? Cool. I'm more worried about clipping. I'm not sure which thing survived. What is that he's made? We'll find out quick enough anyway. Seraph Blade. Do I need to be afraid here? Maybe. Nope. Oh, these are the ones that go out in all fours, right? Whoa, what knocked me back there? The hell? Might makes right. Back. the one that just goes in front of him, right? Yeah. Boys, I mean, I know this is the tank one, but he's a tanky boy, he's the old dick. He's a thick old cock. Brand of Sin. I wonder if my friend here dies. Does that count against me? Probably. He should really heal himself. And stop standing in the AoE. Please don't stand in front of it. The fuck? Can I reprisal it and help him out? Dude. This guy is hard trolling! Fuck it. We tank it. Oh, he went behind it this time. Okay, good lad. Good lad. Man, grandson, you're a shitter. Damn eater. Let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. He did not have Frey as his master, true. Finally. Are you watching, Melinda? I thought we might see the ghost of Melinda. Now, and ever after, by Lady Soldia, my sword is yours to command. Brandon, he's still in there. I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger, let go of her. That would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? Shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No. I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. Oh. My lady soldier. He's gone. We should return these to Solul. And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now I've just got to find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumble upon them again. I'm not selling it. At least we could do for the princess and her knights. Am I right?
Yeah, okay. I have no inventory space anyway.
Maybe Solul will have some ideas. Let's head back to Pliny. That was a great quest line. That was fantastic. These have the same color crystals they use in the battle against you in 3-4. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. That was a great quest line. Tires for your car. Imagine having a car.
Is it done? Brandon has been laid to rest.
You saw us when we arrived. Do you really have to ask?
I suppose not. Oh, my dear friend. I pray that you have found peace. And what of you, grandson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last?
I suppose so. But to be honest, it felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought.
Because you finally saw him for what he was, and accepted that truth into your heart. The battle was just an afterthought.
Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the blood. By the way, I brought you some gifts.
Three royal relics of Vobert. And Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker.
Now it's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Soldia and her knight would have wanted, I reckon.
Yes, of course. That their souls may sleep soundly forevermore. We shall enthrine these relics for all eternity.
Now that's settled. I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'll have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak with you back at the usual spots in the Crystarium. Be well, Solul.
I think that one has a bright life ahead of him. You can find the strength to overcome such terrible tragedy, but he did. As for you, on no few occasions, that's all.
Alright.
It's been a pleasure, Flora. Do you visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on?
Riding home! Riding home, baby! Splatman! Thank you for the 11 months today, brother! 1 month off from a goddamn year. Boomba. Dun, 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 dun. Musica Univalis. You know, I actually genuinely thought when we got to this part of Shadowbringers that this part was super cheesy. That is the biggest dwarf I have ever seen. It's a big fucking dwarf. Well met, sinner. Glad to see you've made it back safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here. Thinking only of Dick and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my own personal affairs that I didn't realise I was only pushing others away. Glynard was the only one who saw through this facade. He's a perceptive one-eye. Took one look at me when I got back and broke into a smile. Enough about him. I've yet to thank you properly, Floor. I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. What's next? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here in Wright or anywhere else, so I might spend some time on the road. I may not be as skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most. And there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose. And helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So let's not call it goodbye. Let's just say, until next expansion. Wherever you go, may you find shade, sinner. That was great. That was awesome. That is such a return to form of storytelling. Until tomorrow. Until tomorrow. This isn't whetting your appetite for what comes next. Speaker of the Righteous. Well, I'm gonna go in and then you swap me over. Okay. All right. So we has another story to tell, provided by the wonderful Mr. Raven Rib. Before we go into more tears and debauchery and horribleness, and our hunt for Dick continues, we have been provided this book. The official Final Fantasy XIV picture book, the Namazu, and the Greatest Gift. So, I'm going to read the story to you now. So gather round and get set, because we're going to have this little story to tell.
Over.
Tell me when.
Should be. Can you talk for me?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Fireside Stories with me.
It looks dark.
Preach. Are we on?
We're on. They're saying it's a bit dark. Just give me a sec.
Give me a light. You wouldn't. It's nice to be here by the fireside. To be enjoying ourselves.
Okay, so apparently it's a bit dark.
Yeah, we haven't got a light on me.
They can only hear with the left ear. That doesn't make sense to me.
No. We're out on a lav. So I would mayhaps check the balance. Maybe? Can you see it coming through on both channels there?
I mean, it's just coming through his mic, right?
Yep. Yeah, but it will show the two stereo channels underneath when it's talking.
I know, yeah, I've got one.
So I'd give that a balance check then. Any balance checkers? There we go. We should be nice there. We should have some illumination on me by the fireside.
No, it's still coming through as mono. I don't know how to change it.
Can you just rebalance it there?
No, there's not seeing an option.
Effects, maybe?
Yeah, it's balanced completely, so I think maybe we'll just...
Yeah, so shift it over. If you can't figure the mono out, just shift it over. So it's even on both?
Doesn't let me do that.
Oh.
Like talk?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there's literally no right channel coming through.
Have you got set to stereo or mono or anything like that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, but it's not.
Ooh, hoo, hoo. Hoo, hoo.
Hang on. Mono. Right, talk?
Test.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. All right, do you want to confirm with the chat everything's good before we begin this wonderful adventure, Christopher, of the Namazu? The Namazu and the greatest gift.
Yeah, you're super quiet. Where's the game controls? Is it on this?
Yeah.
Talk?
Test, 1, 2, 3. Super quiet.
Talk?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Talk?
Test, 1, 2, 3.
Game?
Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. So.
Alright.
Okay.
We should be good.
Can we get a thing from the chat to see if we're all good?
Oh, you're very red. How weird.
What, visually?
Yeah.
It's probably because it's nice
Probably
and...
the colour correction on here, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Let me try. Let me bring it down. Because it was set up for our green screen before.
Ah, I see. That looks nice.
That looks okay to me.
All right. Give me a hell's yeah, and I'll get into this story by Banri Oda from Square Enix.
Who was the main scenario writer before Ishikawa,
Ah.
I believe. Can I get it confirmed from the chat?
Are we good, guys? 1, 2, 3. Testing. You can hear me nice and clear with happiness in your hearts.
Be good.
We're good. Excellent. Well, thank you for joining me by the fireside, because today we have something special for you. We're going to be reading the official Final Fantasy XIV picture book, The Namazu and the Greatest Gift. A story of Namazus and their happiness. As we open our tale, we are presented with a proverb. When their river starts running, the catfish-like Namazu set out on a quest to bring rain. They meet an otter who just might be able to help, but first they'll have to find something no one has ever seen. Will the Namazu be able to find this precious thing? Will they be able to make it rain? So it looks like our Namazu friends are going to be suffering and in pain and misery, but maybe we can bring some happiness to them. Our story begins now. In the far, far east was a great grassy steppe, where Namazu gathered to frolic and feast, and do other things that Namazu do. The Namazu enjoyed many sunny days on the steppe, so sunny in fact, that they soon found themselves with a big, big problem. The sun had dried the river right up, and stolen the fun of fishing. Smelling a chance to seem important, Saigetsu, who thought of many, many things, gathered his friends Gyoshin, who built many, many things, and Gyorai, who was the only one who ever stopped to wonder if these things were a good idea. I know a sage who can change the weather, Saigetsu said. He lives in the mountain beyond the river. Saigetsu was sure that the sage would solve their problem, as the three Namazu set off to search for him. After a long, long climb, they found the sage at the top of the mountain. You can make it rain, yes, they asked. The sage was odd, and his answer was odder. I can, he said. Enough to fill your river and more, but I won't. Not unless you find me something new, something no one has ever seen before. Something new? What gift will do? The three Namazu wondered. They searched through their treasures until each found a present for the sage. Gyoshin chose a colourful fan from the Namazu festival. Saigetsu chose his favourite book, filled with big words. Gyorai chose a fancy outfit. She'd made it with her own 2 fins. These were all very good gifts, but the sage would not accept them. You've seen these before. They are not new, he said, and the sage turned them away. Discouraged, Saigetsu and Gyorai returned to the steppe. If the sage did not want their most treasured treasures, then it was clear that nothing would make them happy. Gyoshin was not so sure. He stayed behind on the mountain, watching the sage from the shadows. Gyoshin could find something suitable, a gift to make the sage smile. If only he understood the odd otter a little bit better. Even though the sage lived all alone at the top of the mountain, he had everything he needed to survive. When he was hungry, he called the wind to pluck fish from the streams and bring them to his table. When he was hot, he called the clouds to cover the sun so he could relax in the shade. Gyoshin was a little bit jealous. Yes. Gyoshin watched for 7 days and 7 nights. He was starting to think the sage had no problems of any kind. I'm so bored, the sage said, for the 7th time that day. What a surprise! How strange! Even with his amazing powers, the sage wasn't having any fun at all. No. It was enough to make a Namazu think. The next day, Gyoshin spoke to the sage again. Have you given up? The sage said, seeing no gifts in Gyoshin's fins. No, said Gyoshin. I have a gift for you. Something so new that no one has ever seen it before. But you must accept it for it to work, because you see, it's friendship between me and you. You will accept it, yes. The sage laughed. Yes, I suppose I will. No one has ever given me their friendship before. Saying it out loud made the sage realize how lonely he had been and how much he had wanted a friend. Now that he had one, he was so happy that he cried tears of joy. The sage and the Namazu held a ceremony together to call the rains. Soft clouds swept over the steppe as they celebrated together. The raindrops that fell upon them were warm and gentle, and the sage knew he would never feel alone again. It is very rainy, most moist indeed, cried Gyoshin joyfully. The sky must be happy for us too, yes. From that day forward, there was always rain on the steppe, and friendship for anyone who needed it. What did we learn? What did we learn from this tale? Sages are selfish, ignorant little pricks. They would watch the Namazu run out of fish and die in desolation and squalor, all because he wanted free prizes. This is what brings the end to society. Remember, everybody, sharing is caring. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you, Raven, for the Namazu and the greatest gift. Let's get back to crying in Shadowbringers.
An epic tale.
An epic tale indeed. Wow. What a dick of a sage. Right? What an absolute arsehole of a sage. What a complete jerk. That's unbelievable. I can't believe that guy. Yes, yes. What an absolute jerk. That was good pictureless picture book. Well, I mean, it was a telling. It was great. Sage better villain than the jailer. Hey, we've got no water, no fish left. Any helpers? No. No? What are you giving me? Hey? What are you going to give it for me? No, because we need the green screens. I don't think we need the other one. No, I don't think so. I don't think we need fireplace this afternoon. Yeah, yeah. Not this one. Awesome. Best story of the Shadowlands? Well, thank you, Raven, for providing that. Not for today's video, we don't need the fireplace. No, no, not today. That was nice, though. I like our fireplace. It's very wonderful. Right, pee break and fresh drink before we jump into... I guess we go Spoony Bard. Probably. We've got melee, healer, and ranged fizz left. What do you think? We're going to leave healer till last. Physical next. It's just Fizz and Shadowbringers. Okay, so... want a poll? You can do if you want to, but I think it's only... It's either going to be... physical... In fact, we only got the two. We'll leave healer till last. Yeah, so it'll be physical. Oh, we don't need one. Right, let's have a pee break and then let's jump in. carrots for a fizz boy. There's no one. Those characters are from the Namazu Beast tribe. Are they really? They're amazing. Yeah, but you've got like some weird Namazu boner. That as the trustworthy source. Ahsoka just tweeted riding home. Banana. Banana's good. Although bananas were, I think bananas are banned on stream if you, well, you know what. you don't need me to tell you what happens, what kind of suggestive eating happens with bananas. I wonder what possesses you to unironically deep throat a banana on stream. How many subs for that? You get radiation poisoning if you eat enough bananas. Am I alright with one? Am I good? Am I alright? I hope so. At least 3 subs for that. Alright. Let's go as a dancer then. Be a dancy boy. Oh, we're right next to it. Eat 6 bananas, you could die. They're legit dangerous. 6 bananas. What about, does the size of the banana not matter? Is it 6 even if they're huge? What if they're mini bananas? It's an urban myth about bananas. Fuck, man. This is big ketchup again. Use your hands to eat the banana. Don't eat it like that. Am I really getting like min-maxed on bananas? Have we really reached the point where we need to min-max bananas? Is that where we're at? Incorrect. This is the eggs all over again. The omelet's not right. That's not how I do it. It is incorrect. No greater sport. Lou Reek thinks you might just be the answer to his prayers. Maybe. Maybe. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be... Yes, of course you are. Displayed for the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of woman I've been looking for. You're perfect. My name is Lou Reek, and I'm a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I'll have you know. Nay, I'm not one to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sin-eaters. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particularly notable fiend, one of the 4 cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, and I am not afraid to admit I cannot do it alone. However, the aid of equally formidable allies, I'm confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I had in mind to recruit. Walk away without a word. Feign interest. Rude. I'll feign interest. Haha! I knew you would be interested. I show the challenge alone be insufficient motivation. Know that I have substantial financial resources at my disposal. You'll be duly compensated for your service, rest assured. However, as much as I'm certain you are the right woman for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray don't be offended, but would you be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others? No, no. Okay. Let's go. Actual DPS check. I got this. I got this. I believe in me. I have not got my proper gear for being a capped dancer yet. What are we? We are 538. We're kind of yikes, but whatever. We're kind of yikers, but we'll be fine, I think. I spent my tomes, or Penny was going to lynch me. I have another 1,900 of these, though, but yeah. Penny was very, very angry at me. Penny harbors some sort of deep-seated rage at how I use my tomes. Here we are, our proving grounds. You may only slay a beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, we require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oi, my lord. Got your package here. Well done, my good man, and here's your payment. Oh, this? The baited question. Easier to have it delivered than to take a detour and pick it up myself like a fucking paw. Rather more efficient as well. Time is money, after all. Now then, you need only place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. I cannot imagine it will take long for something to come hither. Imagine picking up your own shit. Like a complete loser. As I said, simply place the bait out in the open and wait whatever ferocious beast comes to feast upon it. Slay it, and I will know you'll be a warrior, brave and true. Uh-huh. I believe. Any wild beasts? If a jinx shows up, I'm going to be very sad. Okay. Not going to be a beaver. A puppy! What's this? Starfall Dance. Ooh! Oh. New spell. Fantastic! I knew I was not wrong about you. Come, let us return to the Crystarium at once. I mean, just talk to me here, man. Just chat with me here. I think this guy's an alcoholic. He keeps talking about efficiency, and then he sends me on a mission and then runs off. Congratulations on a kill well made, my good woman. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let us commemorate the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, and be merry. Oh, awesome. Food. What do we got? I hope he's not eating a banana suspiciously. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Another helping? No. You sure? There really is no bother. Oh, very well. I should like to return to our earlier discussion. That of the virtue I have engaged you to hunt with me. Andrea is her name, as she roams Norvrand in the guise of Renda Ray, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of Eld. She is a most elusive eater who has been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts. I can well imagine the question forming in your head. Why not leave her be? If anything, if she's not aiding local communities after a fashion. Alas, no, for the beasts she slays rise in you as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, This one wretched sin-eater is in truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages all across Northrend. Only you and I can stop her. So she was a warrior of light. Didn't the warriors of light save the world? Well, we know that. What an odd thing to ask. But never mind all that. Whether or not they were heroes or villains or whatever 100 years ago doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Renda Ray was the greatest hunter who ever lived. And besting her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the Warriors of Light were before they became Sin-Eaters, that's what they are now. So we'd be doing folks a favour by killing one. Well, what do you say, friend? Will you hunt Andrea with me?
Uh-huh.
So begins our formal partnership. Oh, I can see it now. You and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side. The picture of courage and camaraderie. Going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter. But it's easier said than done. Anyway, as soon as I've determined where we ought to begin our search, I will inform you at once. Alright. I feel like this guy dies. Oh, is the reward lacking?
Been waiting for these quests.
My apologies.
Glad they didn't happen while I was having heart
Next time I will
surgery
see that
last
receive
week.
rather more substantial compensation. Hey, Shig, you're content, so well, you had heart surgery last week? Man, I hope you feel better. Everybody I know who's had some sort of heart surgery has just been exhausted doing nothing, man. Really hope it went well, dude. Like, when my dad had his heart attack, he just couldn't do anything for ages. Wait, it's you. It's really you. You actually came. I mean, never mind. You're here to hunt Andrea with me, yes? Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And wouldn't you know it, one of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I'm pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in our meringue in the vicinity of Samuel's backbone, it would seem. Apparently there was a vicious spider that was giving folks trouble, and now it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance. I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment is promised. Those pants are so, elaborate. Why bother going out and pestering the small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may now depart for Armorang and the delightfully named Samuel's Backbone. And in pursuit of the spider, we may yet find its maker. Those are some fancy pants. There is a big fancy pants. Of that, there is no doubt. A big old fancy pants. To Mordsuk we go. Now that was rendering, I've added thanks to Uncle Greg. A reading. A short passage. Story time. This is certainly the place. I gather those bones once belonged to a dear Samuel. And I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I had considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I have yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Nothing for it but to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We shall split up and search the sands for this sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honour of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we both have searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here. Let the hunt begin, my friend. You're going to the bar, aren't you? That guy is not helping do a goddamn thing. That guy would cry if he had to wash the dishes, and he would fucking piss himself if he had to clean a toilet. Woohoo, spider! Survey the surroundings, but see no spooders. Okay. That's a flying gorilla. This is a flying inflatable cactus. I see nothing wrong with this picture. Everything is as it seems. Oh, that's not a spider. You lie, game. I think it's quicker just to zerg these down. I've never seen a wild scorpion in my whole life. I think I would shit my pants. I think if I was to, like, roll over or be lay on a sunbed or something and there was a scorpion near me, I think I would shit myself. Scorpions have got to be one of the most deadly looking creatures ever. I know they're small, but, like, the sheer fact it has a giant fucking tail that snaps and has a big pincer on the end. That's some evolutionary fuckery right there. I've seen them in zoos and whatnot. No boober.
Crikey, there she is. The Scourge of Northrend, the Devourer of Souls. Balaam quits. We bring this mark down, they'll be singing ballads about us to the end of time. Never mind the King's bounty. Else, we could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece. Breaking maneuver. As discussed, wait for my signal. Then we'll strike as one.
Damn it, she's onto us. Don't panic, we planned for this. We'll act as decoys while Render Ray brings her down. Go, go!
Wait, not yet. There's no need to rush this.
Bonza! We'll go headstrong!
Bugger me, my head! I can't!
Wow, you all got one clapped. No, no, come back here. Finish it, you bloody bastard. Finish me. Oh, sorry. All my fault. I'll not let it end like this, I promise. I'll kill that goddamn beast if it's the last thing I do. They didn't read the dungeon journal. No tank, no healer. Hey, what was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've ever felt.
And the magic crystal told me I could see the past if I look at it real long. Then Raban talked to me and I had to sleep.
By the gods! And I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Andrea. But you're also telling me you were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours? Though, two warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I've heard this tale before, I know it. Bah, it is common enough sort of tale, I suppose. And regardless, she is gone. Come, let us return to Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishments. What accomplishment? Killing the scorpion? Let's talk here. Let's go to the local town, bro. You want to eat again? This guy is this guy feast every single time? What in the fuck is that? Disgusting. Disgusting. Get a better mount. My mount. Give frog people. Really? Yeah, really. Rolling around, all frogged up. I'm looking for arachnids, not froggies. Frog out, man. There's so many floors going and eating. Ah, the table is set. And so I bid you raise a glass with me, that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishments. I have that, man. There's really nothing quite like a hearty meal after a job well done. Drink up, my friend, drink up. It occurs to me, my good woman, that I have yet to ask you your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now.
And Floor Inspector.
Floor Inspector. Reek and Floor. Yes, I rather like the sound of that. Reek and Floor, the daring duo. The brave bounty hunters, the scourge of sin eaters. Once we have slain Andrea, not a soul in Norvrent will know our names. They shall ring out all across the realm. But I should dwell over much on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter is prepared and patient. 'Twould be prudent to send double, nay triple the agents afield to seek out promising new leads. Are you a Gillionaire? Are you? Worried about that budget for our brave endeavour? I am not a filthy poor. Well, don't be. I'm prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense shall be spared. None whatsoever. This guy is actually poor. This guy has so much credit card debt, it is actually embarrassing. 100% this guy is using credit cards to fucking pay off his credit cards. There she is, Floor. Come to rejoin her bosom companion in the great hunt. It is well that you have, for I have obtained new information concerning a sighting of Andrea in Conlusia. The fiend has transformed yet another deadly mark, a great bear in this instance, into an even deadlier eater. And so it falls to Reek and Floor to slay the newborn eater and continue their pursuit of Norvrent's most notorious virtue, to Conlusia, and to glory. Alright. I don't think he'd lead us astray. Nah, Reek's our bro. Gillionaire only giving you 2,000 gil. And his glam is not crisp. I think we can all agree. He has a non-crisp glam. Let us brook no further delay and commence our search. Separately, as before in our meringue. If you catch the eater first, I grant you leave to kill it without me. I trust you will not be disappointed if the reverse were to occur. Surely not. Surely not. I myself will be most put out if I happen to lose to you a second time, and so on that note, may the best hunter win. Kingpin, thank you so much. Tanky Sick Oath as well. Shingy, Dan, K-Shaw, Kill Something. Thank you all for the subs and resubs. Wonderful people. It doesn't look like a rich person outfit. The frilly pants, he kind of looks like he robbed a clown. A boring clown. That guy, I hope we find out that guy AFKs every mission. No bears. He's clearly a shitbag. Well, honey yellow is very expensive. Stocks through the roof. You failed to find any trace of the bear you seek. Perhaps Lurik was indeed the better hunter this day. Am I wrong? Has this guy actually got some skills to pay the bills? Or does he pay someone else to do that? He pays that bill. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, we've got a crew. Hate to say it, Flo, but it seems we're late to the party. Lambert and his mates slew the bear before we could. No, it's true then. You've cast your lot in with the boy, you poor daft cunts. But I don't understand. The Eater was a newborn. How could you possibly have learned of it and gotten here before we did? Well, see, that's the problem with relying on hired help. They're loyal to your coin, not you. And you're not the only one willing to open his purse. Oh, God, are these two rich kids in competition? Oh, my God. These two both get boosted in WoW every fucking week. But more importantly, Reek, what's this I hear about you hunting Andrea? With help, I mean, rather than all by your lonesome. I have a distinct memory of you stomping off it enough, saying you didn't need me or anyone else to finish job. Tell me I'm wrong. Do as you like. Help or no, you've no chance of beating meats at prize. Because unlike you, I'm not all talk. And neither are me mates. Speaking of mates, how much did it cost you to buy her friendship? Do tell. Piss off, Landbird! Why are you still here? You got your mark, didn't you? You should choose your friends more carefully, sinner. When it all goes tits up, don't say I didn't warn you. You have questions, I'm sure. As you may have surmised, Landbird was once a comrade of mine. I took him into my service that we might hone our skills, battling Sin Eaters in preparation for facing Andrea. However, as soon as I came to see that he was not all that capable of a hunter, and so I dissolved our working relationship. Unfortunately, he did not take it in stride, and instead resolved to recruit new companions that he might beat me at my own game. It would seem that his fortunes have improved greatly of late, so much so that I fear we can no longer afford to dedicate time to tracking lesser eaters and must devote our undivided attention to the pursuit of Andrea. As such, we should get back to the Crystarium. But before we depart, I have one other matter to attend to in Yulmore. If I might trouble you to accompany me... But of course you will. Let us be off. Oh, God. Is he got to go see Daddy? I think he's got to go see Daddy. Father, Papa, I require some more pence. No, I think he needs to get some, he needs a new credit card. The platinum, gold, silver, fucking bronze, copper Uber cards run out. Money, please. I require pennies. What have we got? A diligent manservant, dispassionate... Oh, it's an oligarch. Oh, wonderful. Speak to my manservant and leave me to my entertainment. Oh, allow you to introduce to Papa and Mama. Father, this is my traveling companion and dear friend Flor. She and I have resolved to hunt a particularly deadly Sin Eater, don't you know? Indeed, I cannot overstate how terribly dangerous this Eater is, that to pursue it is court death itself. However, when we at last triumph over the fiend, all of Norvrant shall sing our praises. Won't that be wonderful, Father? For as long as you do not sully our good name, you are free to hunt of whatever quarry you desire. I could do without all the petty details. Now then, how much do you require this time? Out with it, or never mind.
Just give the boy my coin purse, would you? I'm sure it will suffice for his trivial pursuits. This is why you are here, is it not? Another handout. Don't play coy. Never been any good at it.
You know, I honestly don't know why I came here. Keep your coin, father. We're leaving, Floor. Right now. Oh, you can't even talk to Mama. You can't even talk to Mama. Oh dear, Master Reek seemed awfully upset. Hey, you can't pay me anymore. What am I going to do without this 2,000 gil? That's the girlfriend, not the mom. He said mother. There's not a way she speaks a word of the Queen's, though. She has no fucking clue what's going on. Oh, Tigme, thank you so much. And Amadar, thank you both, man. New mother. Mama knows her place? Wow. Wow. Forgive me, Floor. I would forgo the wine on this occasion. Father's lackluster reception has put me in rather dour spirits. As you may have gathered from our exchange, I am a free citizen of Yulmore. Owing to my parents' considerable wealth, I have enjoyed a relatively privileged upbringing. Privileged and unbearably boring, which is why I quit the city and resolved to become a bounty hunter. I am no fool, though. I am well aware of my fortunate circumstances, which is why I elected to conceal them from the people of the Crystarium. People are wont to jump on uncharitable conclusions. I feel as though you and I have established a rapport, though, and so I thought it best to bring you into my confidence. I pray you refrain from telling others. Now, since Landbird has decided to turn this into a race, we have no choice but to oblige him and slay Andrea before he does. This calls for a veritable army of hired hands. Alas, in a fit of frustration, I refused Father's coin. Without additional resources, we have no choice but to conduct the search by ourselves. Moreover, I'm rather more embarrassed to admit that I can pay you only a token sum at this time. But trust that I will not deter you from joining me anon. I don't know. I don't know. Please don't tow me so. If nothing else, think of the fame and fabulous reward we receive when we finally slay Andrea. Surely this is incentive enough for you to stay in the proverbial course. We still got the same amount of money. This is a scam. In fact, the funds are going up. Cash is rising. Ah, Floor, my friend. Thank the gods you are here. Ever since we parted ways, I've been exhausting myself running all over the Crystarium, questioning anyone and everyone, hoping someone might have seen Andrea, but alas. So you haven't even gone outside for like a little bit. Well, of course. Surely this is the limit of what a man with meager financial resources can accomplish. But never mind all that. For it recently dawned on me that the vision you beheld of Randa Ray's past could hold the clues for which we've been desperately searching. When you first described it to me, I felt as though I'd heard it before. And I had. My wet nurse had told me the exact same story when I was still a boy. It was a tale of a courageous hunter who, together with her comrades, embarked on a quest to slay a notorious beast. A great horned beast. They came upon their quarry in a desert, and there attempted to lay it low. Alas, the beast had a singular strength, and the hunter a fatal weakness. And so in the ensuing struggle, her comrades were killed, leaving her, the sole survivor, to swear vengeance. Would you not agree that your vision is a perfect match for this tale?
Uh-huh.
Then there can be no doubt. Randa Ray is the celebrated hunter, the hero I so admired in my childhood. After that tragic day, the hunter resolved to not only rely upon others and instead slew the beast by herself. She somehow found a way to compensate for her weakness. Anyway, my recollection of the tale is likely riddled with errors. We should ask Miss Golvara to recount it in full. She was a bounty hunter herself before she entered into our service, you know. Alas, in light of all this, I should share with you an interesting theory concerning all the virtues I heard from a fellow hunter. Apparently, each appears to be driven by particular memories, moments that forever changed each of those fallen heroes. Makes sense, doesn't it? Renda Ray being a hunter of notorious marks in life and death? I don't know why it never occurred to me before. But if that is indeed the reason for why she behaves as she does, then the more we learn about Renda Ray's adventures, the better our chances of predicting where she'll turn up. All the more reason to go and see my former wet nurse. Miss Olvara lives in Gatetown or Kalusia. Let us be off then. Okay. She's got to be a burly sort, isn't she? She's got to be an old surly lady. She's got to be like Matoya's sister. I have a feel. She lives in Port Town. She's a meal eater. I don't like the term wet nurse. Sounds gross. Right? You gotta admit, it sounds pretty grim. Moist nurse? Oh, she's seasoned.
Oh, hello there. Your friend of Reeks.
Look, this is Miss Olvara, the wet nurse who raised me for practically the entirety of my childhood. She was bonded to my family and lived with us in the city at the time, but when I came of age, she was forced to leave.
My. Oh, you've grown into such a strapping young man. But I can't imagine you came to Gatetown just to pay me a visit. My little reek.
Not in front of her, if you please. But to answer your question, we did in fact come to see you. There were stories you told me as a child of a courageous hunter. Was that hunter perchance the warrior of light, Renda Ray?
Of all the reasons you could have had. Aye, those stories were of Renda Ray, the greatest bounty hunter of her day. The legend so many aspired to become. Less so after Flood. Aye, it was still fresh in everyone's minds when I was younger. And for all the good they had done in life, none could deny the chaos they sowed in death. As sin eaters. But despite all of that, me and me mates still looked up to her. We knew all her feats and swore to preserve them, in secret if need be, that she might inspire future generations as she had ours. Years and years later, when you wanted to hear tales of adventure and heroism, I couldn't help but share with you the ones nearest and dearest to my heart. I only wish I hadn't changed all the names.
Then it's true. The hero I looked up to as a child, whose tales of daring drove me to take the bow as you had, to pester you for training that I might become a bounty hunter. It was her. Miss Olvara, Flora and I are hunting Andrea, and we believe that one of the stories you shared may help guide our search, namely the one about the great horned beast that killed her friends. Will you tell it to me again?
Wicked White. Oh, my little reek. Very well. Even as a young hunter, Renda Ray's incredible hearing was unparalleled. She could track her quarry through a forest by the most minute sounds of their passing. From arms away even, by some accounts. Even the most subtle and stealthy beasts never eluded her for long. A misplaced foot, a snapped branch. Eventually, Renda Ray would know, and her aim was always good and true. As she grew older and older skills further, she set her eyes on bigger prizes. She became an hunter of notorious marks, and together with her comrades, she earned fame and fortune. As their reputation swelled, though, so too did their egos. Only the most dangerous game would suffice, and so they resolved to hunt the scourge of Norvrent, the devourer of souls, Balam Quits. But what Renderay didn't realise was that her greatest strength would prove her undoing. When she faced Balam Quits, the beast roared with such force that it brought her to her knees. Hapless, she could only watch as it claimed the lives of her beloved comrades. After burying the hunters and vowing that she would one day avenge them, she took to the road once more. She met Ardbert and his fellow warriors of darkness, and for a time she accompanied the heroes on their adventures. To them, she was a breath of fresh air, a vibrant young woman who savoured every moment and found joy in simple pleasures. They knew naught of her fallen friends, or how their deaths weighed heavy upon her still. The party wandered realm, performing many great deeds and growing ever stronger, as did Renderay. While in Kalusia, she even devised a means to defend against the powerful roar that had been her downfall that day. And then, while engaged in an adventure to Raktika, a rumour reached Renderay's ears. Balam Quits, Scourge of Norvrent, Devourer of Souls, had been spotted wandering the city of swamps. It was a golden opportunity, but to seize it would be to face the beast alone. She couldn't wait for Ardbert and others, nor could she ask that they forsake their sworn duty. Perhaps it's just as well, for the memory of her defeat still haunted her. The courageous hunter had allowed a single fear to take root in her heart, the fear of losing her new companions as she had her old. So it was then. Renderay ventured forth in secret, resolved to slay her hated foe, Balam Quits, alone. And with all her strength and guile, she did it. Vengeance claimed, she rejoined Ardbert and others, never spoke of that terrible battle twixt her and dread beast. From that day forward she was Renderay, warrior of light, and the deeds of her and her comrades would be celebrated forevermore.
It is strange to think that the woman I admired when I was young would become the sin eater I swore to slay.
What she became doesn't change who she was. Even if tales were a little embellished over years, they're rooted in truth. She was, and will always be, an hero to me. And to you, I hope.
Thank you, Miss Olvara, for everything. I promise I'll visit you again soon. So, Floor, remember that theory I told you before about the virtues being driven by powerful memories? If Andrea is reenacting the journey leading up to her confrontation with Balam Quits, the one that took her from Armor Rang to Kalusia, then her next destination must be... Lahi? Right, that's where she laid low the beast last, the city of swamps to be precise. And so that is where we shall go. Let us away! Oh, it's about to happen.
Now you listen here, Reek. There's an awful lot of people don't know about Renderay or the world for that matter. So wherever you go and whatever you see, don't take it at face value. Don't just accept what others tell you as good and true. Listen to your heart Decide for yourself and be safe.
The caster was good. The tank one was fantastic.
Law, was it? A pleasure to meet a friend of Reek's. His parents never hesitated to provide him with all the wealth and opportunities they could. But when it came to love and support, well, all I can say is a miracle that boy turned out as well as he did. One could never have too many friends or too much support. That goes for you as well, I should think.
This one's fine. Might not be as good as the tank one, but it's not bad. Daya, chilling. Don't stay around here, Daya. A lot of meole in this area. You know what I'm saying. Here we go. They just hate cats. I mean, we can get on board with that plan. This one has Reek, and he's a fine character. Not his fault his parents couldn't give a shit about him. Accidental pregnancy. No, Fate! Woohoo! When I was little, Miss Elvira seemed so much bigger and stronger than me. Though, to be perfectly honest, the way she carries herself even now bespeaks a confidence I cannot help but envy. But never mind that. We have a virtue to hunt. Let us commence our search at once and keep your weapons at the ready, my friend. Okay. Let's go. Hey up. About time I looked to turn for the better. There she is. What now? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Wish you were all here with me. I know it's better that you're not. We have to score to settle, you bloody bastard. This time I'm ready for your tricks. Oh shit, that is a big pussy. Alright, we have to handle this. What do we got? Heavy shot. Delivers an attack with a potency of something. We got a dot. A longer cooldown dot. A heal and interrupts. Okay. Ooh! Hey, disengage? I don't like that I instinctively pressed the wrong button there. No barrage. Okay, it's got an AoE. Cool. Electric Whiskers feels bad. I got killed by this in FF Origins. Electric Whiskers are little spooks. You'll pay for taking them from me. Stop pressing the wrong keybind, because it's your interrupt keybind. How did you lose to this? What a noob. Got his one super attack and then it's just Trash Panda. What? That's some BS. I'm gonna die, aren't I? For talking mad smack about this cat. Oh, mechanics enhancing. It's not time for very easy mode. No, I got this. My vuln's wearing off. It's fine. It's totally fine. The Balam Blaster. He's a blaster. Pure AoE. It's fine. Share it with me? You wouldn't. It won't end like this. We won't. Goddamn render. Oh, the boys turned up. Brandon. What a squad. One heal. This is why we have friends. The music changed as well. That was a nice touch. That's a nice touch. Don't tell me you followed my trail. I'll tell you all about it after we kill this bloody bastard, eh? Hardbert tanking? Something's wrong. It's shrugging off our attacks. It's coming for me and render. Keep your distance. Focus, release, baby. Typical black mage, we have to run to him. I owe you one. Sounds like me playing black mage. Thanks, guys. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. I can't help but press E every time I see a spell to be interrupted. Every single time. Albert! No slacking, lad. Come on, Brandon. Always got a greed, man. That's just the nature of the beast. I'm gonna get one of these AoEs under me in a second. Lam it! Don't run into it, Silver. What the fuck? Swear to God, I don't know how these guys even survived. Any limit breakers? Everyone to me, lend me your power. Together we will avenge my fallen friends. Any limit breaks? That was a great duty. That was nice. Having them all run in. I wish the job was a bit more fun to play, but the actual duty itself was great. We've done ranged and tank. This is no, we've done tank and caster.
Tough old bugger. Everyone all right?
Hard, but I don't know what to say. Thank you, everyone. I am sorry for going it alone.
Why, pray tell, did you even try to do something so foolish? If we'd been here from the first, there would have been anything even approaching a challenge.
Back in the day, I was a bounty hunter. I've told you that much, but I haven't told you about my old partners. Together, we tracked and claimed countless notorious marks throughout Northrend. We were in the best of the business. Everyone knew our names and our reputation. They called us legends. Somewhere along the line, we started to believe it too. And then we set our sights on Balam Quits. I survived. They didn't. I swore vengeance. I had no idea how to go about pursuing it. Then I met you lot and thought that maybe, with your help, I might just have a fighting chance. So you see, I never intended to keep it all a secret. It's just, I never asked. And since I'd rather not talk about it. Easy to live in the moment, you know? The next town, the next job. The weeks flew by, and after a time, I started having second thoughts. I'd lost those closest to me before. I didn't want to live through that again.
Or are we not comrades? Through thick and thin? These bonds of fellowship between us must become before else. Otherwise they may as well not exist. You say the thought of losing us pains you. What of our feelings? What of our loss? What if we had not arrived when we did? You saved our lives more times than I can count. How dare you refuse to let us do the same? And without those keen ears of yours, I'll never know what bollocks Brandon and Albert are whispering about me behind my back. And ignorance is not bliss, let me tell you.
This one's worth a fortune, and fame besides. I'll wager we won't have to pay for our drinks when we get back to town. Oh gods, not another night to remember. Don't you worry your pretty head, our fearless leader's questionable constitution. Take pride in the victory, for the small folk will sleep easy once they hear of Balanquits' demise, until Ardbert's drunken snoring wakes them from their slumber. And on that note, I think it's time we quit this place. And Renderay, I trust the next time you decide to hunt deadly game, you'll do us the courtesy of extending us an invitation. And there I thought I was doing you a favour by keeping you out of my personal affairs, selfish as it was. Oh, fine. But if you go and die on me, I'll pay a necromancer to raise you from the dead so I can kill you out of spite. Agreed. Now then, mind cutting off whatever it is you need to take back as proof of the kill? I don't want to lose our reward on a technicality. Yeah. Such a fine crystal. Why not hold on to it as a memento of this occasion? All got our magical moments. Wake up, damn you. Hello? What's wrong with you, huh? This is the second time your so-called gift has cost us a chance at slaying Andrea. You know what? I've had enough. Enough, I say. Yes, I do not need your help. I am perfectly capable of hunting the seeds on my own. Okay. Good luck. Good luck and good day to you. Upon our return to Gate Town, you'll be given your final payment, and we will be free to go our separate ways, and I will no longer be bothered by the stench of your poorness being near me. Stupid, ridiculous, emotionless face. You look like Michael Cera, you know. What a shit giver. Blind Draw, thank you so much for the 10 months, but 1 year in total. 1 year anniversary today. Thank you so much, dude. Who dat? I am Floor. Who dat? Who dat? Oh, he likes his wet nurse. Yes, he does. He likes his wet nurse a lot. I still think 2,000 gil's a lot. To me, it's a lot. Honestly, I don't know why I ever placed my faith in you. You're such a disappointment. Consider this formal dissolution of our partnership. Let none ever again speak the names Reek and Floor in the same breath. Yes, never again. And with that, I bid you good day, sir.
When he was little, Reek's parents punished him for a time by withholding his allowance. Without money to lavish on his friends, he soon found that there were many only drawn to him by cash money. I dare say he feared you would abandon him as they did. Decided to push you away first. I'm not trying to make excuses for what he said. I only hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Take some time to think. And come and see me. Oh, take this for troubles.
She's got more money than him when he had his daddy's wallet. She legit carries more cash. She pays better than him. That's funny. Fellowship has been restored. Ooh, risotto.
I'm sure you're a talented woman. I'm sure a talented woman like yourself is needed all over at Realm, and so thanks for sparing a moment to hear me out. Since you two parted ways, Reek has come to visit me several times. Though he's blessedly in good health, I worry for his spirits. I think you may have been the only friend he's had for some time. I considered journeying to the Crystarium myself to look in on him, but I find travel rather difficult these days. If you'd go in my stead, it'd put my heart at ease.
Do we feel sorry, like, as a community, for Mr. Reek? Is it his fault he's that way? Do we feel sorry? No. You are literally, like, closed off. No, he's poor. Is it his fault he was born into means and his parents lavished this all on him? It's all the only world he ever knew. I don't think it's his fault. I think we should have some sympathy for the situation he's found himself in. Now he's in the real world, you know? No, eat the rich. He's not rich, though. He's not rich. He has nothing. He hasn't even got a coin purse. Reek's customary seat is empty, and there is nothing to suggest he has occupied it recently. Perhaps someone will have noted his passing. Any noters? Alright, Governor, looking for Master Reek, are we? I dare say you're the only one. Word is Mummy and Daddy cut him off, so there's no point in pretending to like the little shite anymore. Last I saw him, he was moping about like someone had shot his ammo. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. See what I'm saying? They've all been pretending. All pretending. All pretending. Well-travelled match. Kaluzia, right? You're Lurik's partner. I was with Landbird, remember? Was, I ought to stress, because after we left, we headed straight back to Raktika. We heard a rumour Andrea was there and Landbird wanted to strike while the iron was hot. By the time we realised we were overmatched, it was too late. I saw Landbird fall, and when the Eater set her sights on the others, I fled. Call me coward if you like, but my cowardice saved my life. Wicked White. I still remember looking back as I ran and seeing Lambert rise to his feet. I told everyone what had happened to warn them off the hunt. Some listened, but few bloody fools took up their weapons and joined the hunt. Glory-hungry imbeciles, and not a one of them has returned. Didn't expect Reek to be one of them either. I remember thinking it odd, especially when I saw him leave for Raktika alone. You're meeting him there, I presume? Good luck, friend. I have no doubt you're going to get your doom. So he's gone on a hunt himself. Dalford. Lurik, the Mr. Lordling. He ain't sat at his usual table. I have no idea where else to look. Alright. Fair enough. I'm not his dad. Remember when Alfie said in 5-1 that even with Vorth's presence, citizens did what they did of their own volition? So yeah, that's why people hate this quest. It's still not his fault. He was raised into that, right? I don't think we could blame Reek for that. Get better parents, then. This is good wisdom. Yes. Right. Just get better parents. Right. Got it. Glad you guys have our backs on this one. Oh, why are you here? Don't tell me you came for me. It's terrible. It's horrible. Andrea, she's... Cheese. Woohoo! Andrea! Randy Ray! If aught of you remains, then hearken to my words. I have come to lay your soul to rest, alone, as you yourself faced Balam Quits a century ago on this very ground. Landbird? Oh, gods, no. Lalafels. Zombie Lalafels. That's pretty bad, dudes. That's pretty bad. Don't tell me. You beheld a vision of my past just now, didn't you?
Yeah. You shit your pants and fell on the floor.
Aye. I thought as much. Wasn't but a moment ago that I confronted them. Awfully useful, that trick of yours. Though I can't understand why you kept using it every time we ran into Andrea. Yeah.
I don't know. Only happens when you go like this.
So it wasn't something you did deliberately. Good to know. Anyway, unintentionally or not, at least I won't have to convince you of what I saw. You turned Lambert and those other hunters into sin-eaters like herself. A Hume axeman, a Galdian swordsman, a dwarven healer, an elven mage. They're the worst bunch of glams I've ever seen. She's rebuilding her fellowship. She's remaking the Warriors of Light. But for the life of me, I can't understand why. I mean, I understand why she came here in the first place. She's reliving the hunt for Balam Quits. But Renda Ray slew the beast by herself. The stories were clear about that.
When I went, I saw that she got help from friends, though.
What? They were there too? Then the stories were wrong. God strike me down. I've been such a fool. Why did I ever think I could do this alone? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for all the things I said and all the things she said. I've regretted my behavior ever since we parted ways. It was stupid and nonsensical and utterly pointless. I'm not sure I can even tell you why I did what I did. Fine. It's all good. I'm not like chat. I'm alright. You're a stupid cat boy. They're everywhere. Thank you, my friend. I hope it's alright if I call you that. Right then. Andrea should be around here somewhere. Still in the hunt for Balam Quits, I expect. Not that she'll ever find it. No doubt Lambert and the others are with her too. He and I may have had our differences, but I do not wish the fate on my worst enemy. He deserves to be laid to rest. They all do. Renda Ray most of all. She is my hero. And if I have to kill her to save her soul, then so be it. But this is too much for even the best hunter to handle alone. I am far from the best. The only way to see this through is together. You and me, my friend. What say you?
Haha, we kill because Quest says so.
Ha! I asked for a word and you give me a nodders. Fair enough. Before we resume the hunt in earnest, though, let us return to Gate Town and let Miss Olvara know all is well. After all, you would have to come. You wouldn't have come unless she sent you. You want to go from here back to Gate Town to back here again? Efficiency. Efficiency's the plan. You need to change your pants? Well, yeah. Any baby wipes? I get paid for this trip? I don't need his fucking pennies. His poor person pennies. Yulmore still looks legit awesome.
Oh, what a pleasure to see you again. And in the company of Little Dick Reek, no less. Am I right in assuming you've patched things up?
I should like to think so, yes. And it's all thanks to you. Had you not implored her to give me another chance, I might still be sitting alone in the swamps, dwelling on my myriad feelings. Adieu, my friend. I don't know what you sort her out on your own, but I'm glad that you did. Miss Olvara is perhaps the only person who truly cares for my well-being. But she has no one to look after her.
Don't be silly, Reek. I have you, don't I? And before you start blabbering about how much you wish you could properly reward Floor, as I can tell you're about to, know that I've prepared a hearty meal of meal for her.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you. Nevertheless, I shall see you both duly compensated once we have claimed the bounty for Andrea. And claim it we shall. We're united, Reek and Floor unstoppable, is what I would like to say. But I now know my own limitations better than anyone. It would be prudent to make proper preparations at this juncture. You two should see to it that you're ready for the struggle ahead. It will be a mighty one indeed, but one well worth the effort, my friend. If he could get all this free money off his dad, right? Why did he not throw her a bone? She lives in a fucking shack outside Yulmore. Why did he let her live in the Crystarium or something? I kind of think that Reek might be selfish. Floor, my friend, my partner, I trust you are ready. Good, good. That is very good indeed. But before we depart to face Andrea for what I pray is the final time, I have a confession to make. I may have been somewhat misleading when I intimated the tremendousness of my martial prowess. In truth, it rather pales in comparison to yours. Do tell. Go on. You must be terribly crestfallen, I am sure. It is my deepest regret that I allowed you to labour under the misapprehension that we were equals for so long. Did we feel like we were equals? In my defence, I must say that when I realised what an exceedingly powerful warrior you truly are, I was dumbstruck. I struggled to conceive of how even to broach the subject. Furthermore, I must admit that great majority, nay, all of our efforts to hone our skills in preparation for the battle to come have been entirely for my benefit. That the disparity between us might not be so readily apparent. To think that my insecurity drove me to postpone this fateful day for so long. In my cowardice, I allowed Andrea to assemble a party of followers, where before we might have only to contend with one foe, we must now confront 5. And for all my preparation, I am still no more likely to be an asset to you than a hindrance. But perhaps that need not be the case. In discussing this grim reality with Miss Olvara while you were away, we hit upon a potential stratagem.
Recall you Ronda Ray's greatest strength and weakness, the preternatural hearing. We can be reasonably certain that Andrea is possessed of it as well. Therefore, if you were to fashion a device that can produce a loud noise at will, like a horn that goes ooh, you could use it to secure an advantage in your battle.
What I lack in strength of arms, I make up for in guile. While it will not guarantee us victory, it will surely bring us one step closer. 1,000 pardons, Master Reek, but I come to deliver a message from your Lord Father. Daddy, what does he want with me now? It has come to your Lord Father's attention that you have acquitted yourself rather poorly as a bounty hunter, and have brought terrible shame upon your family name. He commands you to cease all such activities at once and return to the city forthwith. Should you fail to do so, you will be stripped of your citizenship and family name. No further financial assistance will be provided. Oh dear. You may tell my father and my mother the following. I am Lou Reek, proud bounty hunter, slayer of sin eaters, that I have no intention of renouncing this cause, and that they are free to do as they seem fit. Tell them that if they have no son, then I have no parents, that I have no family save Miss Olvara, who has shown me more love than they ever have. Very good, Master Reek. I shall deliver your reply to them at once. Wow, that guy does not give a shit. As you were. As you were, Christopher. Armed with a giant pair of fucking scissors. Right. Now that that's settled, we can get to work crafting the giant noisemaker of ours. Let's consult with the craftsman of the crystalline mean at once.
I dare say you lit a fire in him. I never thought I'd see the day when he mustered the courage to say anything like that to his parents.
He got no money now like me.
She wants him to call her mummy. Go on, call me mummy. Right, we need to build a hoo-horn. Hoo-horn needed. He reminds me of Hop from Pokemon. No, I wanted to kill Hop with everything in my heart and soul. I really, really did. I wanted to hurt Hop. A lot. Yeah. In fact, thinking about Hop now makes me somewhat furious. I'm so excited for new Hildebrand. I actually detest being up to date with the Hildebrand story. Oh, geez, what's all this then? You got something that needs mating? Indeed I do, good sir. I wish to commission the production of a device that can generate a tremendously loud sound. It must be small and light enough to be carried by a single individual as well. Well, ain't that one of the strange requests I ever heard. Well, if it's noise you want, then I'll wager we could do something with a special blend of fire sound. Aye, I've here got just the recipe for your needs. I'll need some choice ingredients, mind. All you need is go fetch them. Fetch? Like a paw? And what precisely is it that you require? Well, there's this one particular beastie native to Kalusia, see? What's got a singular diet and leaves these massive piles of shit. The fresher the better. If it please, a few varieties of grasses native to Raktika and some iron ore from Armorang. I'll give you a list if you like. So I need to travel to the far corners of Northrend and back. Oh dear, this is rather more involved than I... No more excuses. I'll do whatever must needs to be done and see this through to the end. My friend, I will not impose these tasks upon you. I insist that you remain here while I go and fetch the required materials. No shit, really? I didn't have to go and get a big pile of shit? Ah! Well. I like it. This is good. I am. I'm taken aback. Yeah, from WoW, like, shit hunting is something we wait to happen. Alright, clickers. Imagine if all MMO quests was like this. You go to the quest giver, he tells you what he needs, and then he goes and gets it, and you just wait. It was a series of surprisingly harrowing experiences. But in the end, I managed to obtain the materials necessary for the construction of my secret weapon. That gentleman was rather accommodating, despite being somewhat put out that I had not any gil to pay him for his labour. He was nevertheless willing to teach me how to craft the arrows myself. He said he found my industriousness endearing. I must confess, despite being utterly exhausted by all this busy work, it has been somewhat refreshing. And now that my noisemaker arrows are ready, I cannot wait to put them to the proof. If all goes to plan, the explosions should be loud enough to incapacitate Andrea for a time. Let us put an end to her tale, my friend. And in so doing, write the opening of ours. That's a freaking flaw. Bounty hunters extraordinaire. Come. Raktika and Glory await.
Okay.
We've saving the healer till last. Yeah, not the healer yet. Tamir and Hanat's Corner. Thank you both for the subs, my friends. Long time. Long time. Thank you very much. Tamir, thank you for converting from Prime to Official. Alright. Alright, Riki boy. I forgot all about it. Jesus fuck, man. It comes out of nowhere every single time. It's such a false sense of security every goddamn time. If I make one small request before we begin. Please, for the love of God, please try not to succumb to any visions of people's past. This really could not be a worse time.
LAB.
Thank you, Alvarad. Thank you, dude. Always expect the lahi. I refuse. Well, are you still with me in the here and now? Excellent. Then we can attend to the task at hand without worry. Let us lay to rest our fellow hunters and grant Render Ray the peace a hero deserves. Okay, so we kill the Lala first, right? That should go without saying. Just DPSing on my ass. Healer, then mage. If he dies. Alright, he is definitely... Can I heal him? A little bit? Little bits? You can't interrupt these, I assume. No. Hasn't got the shaky thing. Look at him run. Oh no, he's gonna die! Oh, what? He got killed? Dude! You're such a giant pussy. Fuck you! And then with a lie to wash it down?
"10 months.
No, very easy. Right, we blast this Lala. I can't believe he died to these noobs. What an absolute peasant. Nothing I hate more than poor people. Gonna be fine. He's nearly dead already. What a shitter. Can I take aggro off him? Woohoo! Maybe if I give him dance partner, can I do that? Alright, give me shield Samba. The shield Samba will do it. Yes, just die already. Okay. We're Gucci, right? You're not gonna die now. Have another heal. Alright, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Let's save coolies for Andrea. Is this the Immaculate Knight that's like stuck in this thing? Is that Andrea? All right. I'll draw a Andrea. You handle the knight. Okay. We go. Big coolies. Another heal for this guy. He's supposed to be handling his own shit. Clearly isn't. At all. Yes, I'm killing the knight. What the fuck, man? Are you actually bitching at me now? Uh-oh. Don't die. 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 Don't. Don't you dare. I'm fucking warning you, man. This duty has made me hate Reach more than anything in the story. Alright, Andrea. It's go time. Five seconds. What? Lies. Lies and cowardice. Dude, why are you running over there, though? What the fuck? Why would you do that? Giga turd. Restack mid, exactly. Rest in peace, friend of Ray. It wasn't a terrible story by any means. I'd certainly say it wasn't bad. It wasn't as good as the tank one, but it wasn't bad. We won. Even seeing it and saying it, it hardly feels real. Yeah, only in comparison does it feel weaker than the others. What's that you've got there? I wonder if I got to revisit his parents. Wicked White, you're... You're Render Ray, the real Render Ray. I should have never betrayed your trust. Never again, I swore. Never again. Balam quits the Shadowkeep, the Flood. Come what may, we would face it together. No matter how hard it got or how terrified I was. That's what it means to let someone into your heart, knowing full well that nothing lasts forever. To welcome the fear and the pain, the sorrow. When I lost my parents, when we laid the Keeper low, you felt it too, didn't you? Place our faith in a desperate, hopeless attempt to save everyone, and see it amount to naught in the end. What else could we do but offer up that tiny remainder in a final, futile effort, even knowing deep down it was worth but a few moments more? What is this? You gave me fear, and that fear gave me strength. Wait, there's so much I want to ask. I don't understand. What was she talking about?
I'm our old friends.
Not right. It's not fair. Heroes sacrificing themselves for nothing, becoming villains, being forgotten. Thank you, Flo. I could have never gotten this far without your help. I had no idea who Ronda Ray or any of the other warriors of light truly were. It's all ancient history to me. Why would I care who some eaters once were? I was no better than my parents, judging them out of hand, dismissing their sacrifice, not bothering to look deeper. It made me feel all the easier to pursue Andrea for my own amusement. I pray I have made up for it in part by helping to lay Renda Ray's soul to rest. Silvara is probably worried sick about us both. We should return to Calusia and let her know we're alright. Oh, I kind of hope the dad comes back into it. Has he proven himself? Is he now worthy of the family coffers? Goodbye, Lahi. May you Lahi into the darkness. Eurocort and Liam, thank you for the 21 months. T1000 Dave with the 10 months today, man. Thank you so much. Thank you, brother. The dad's still kind of a dick. The dad's a turbo dick. I feel like our friend Reek is the product of an accidental pregnancy.
My little Reek. Law, congratulations on a job well done. And from one hunter to another, thank you for helping Renda Ray to achieve a measure of peace. He was a hero to me too, and it broke my heart to know what had become of her. To have your legacy tarnished so, to have the world call you a villain, even still. But at least I can take comfort in knowing she can finally enjoy a long rest. Whatever others may say, we will preserve the truth in story and song. Renda Ray the bravest hunter that ever was. And more importantly, a true friend she held dear. I can only hope to measure up to her example someday. For now, however, let's say we turn to the Crystarium and raise a glass.
Alright. Let's go see Daddy. Here we go. Papa? Oh, come on! Let's go see Daddy! Wow. Wow. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, it's a feast! Has he got money back or what? Andrea's bounty has been paid to us in full, my friend. So come, let us eat, drink, and be merry. I've been meaning to ask, Flo, as I have the impression you are rather more acquainted with these warriors of light than you've been letting on. What exactly do you know about them?
There was a few of them that came to my world, and then they died, and then they came back. And then Ardbert, he came to look at me in my bedroom when I was changing. I wasn't wearing knickers or nothing.
That pie looks awesome. That's so preposterous a tale that I have no choice but to assume it's true. Offering up their lives to first cross the rift, then to halt the flood. Wicked white. It must have taken her so much courage to see it through in those final moments. A courage born not of desire or glory or dedication to an ideal, but of fear and love for those whom she had forged unshakable bonds. Her comrades.
Uh-huh.
I won't pretend that we have anything seen approaching such a powerful connection. I would like to think that if you were in mortal peril, I would fly to your side without hesitation. Having said that, if I were tested as Render Ray were, if I were challenged to offer up my life for others, that's even knowing if it would amount to aught, I doubt I could rise to the occasion. I am a child and a fool who knows little of this world. I have been coddled and spoiled, and I've only just tasted the bitter fruits of life that you and countless others sup on daily. You are made of sterner stuff, Floor. Far sterner than me, and that is why I can know I can never walk your path. Alright. Not for everybody. Not for everybody. Oh, but there is. I cannot recall a time I felt happier and more alive than when I have travelled with you. But you have countless other journeys ahead of you, don't you? But you are destined for greater challenges, whereas I am suited to rather more pedestrian affairs. Know your limits, as Miss Olvara used to say. Meeting her again after all these years, seeing how much older and more frail she became, made me realise how little time together we have left. She shouldn't have to live out her days living alone in squalor. I decided it would not be so. I shall return to Kalusia and attend to her needs, for I would do my utmost to repay the love and kindness that made me the man I am today. Three down, one to go, I believe, on the roll quests. Therefore, it pays me to say it. I fear this celebration must also mark the end, or at the very least, a tentative suspension, of the glorious partnership that was Reek and Floor. Bounty hunters extraordinaire. Should you ever find yourself in Kalusia, however, do come and pay us a visit. Yep, healer one remains. Does anybody I know does anybody I know have completed the summer jumping puzzle? Yes. Lots of people. He has, Chris has. Lots of people. I want to check something. I have a curiosity. I cannot wait for whatever the epilogue is of them all. Not here. Where's... Dun, 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 dun. Some guy beat the summer jumping puzzle using a steering wheel and pedals. Pass. Hard pass. Yeah, the epilogue is the thing I'm so excited for. He's there! Oh, awesome! I'm reliably informed you dealt with that imposter Ardbert. I never doubted that you'd do it, my friend. Wherever she is, Render Ray will surely be pleased. Oh, fantastic! By the way, how was I out there? Thought I did pretty well, even if I do say so myself. When the commotion broke out like the others, I couldn't help but go and see what was happening, and I'm glad I did. No imposter!
Would you believe that Reek brought me a whole new wardrobe with his winnings? He really did, the dear. Everything looks so awfully nice that I can't bring myself to wear any of it outside. All looks lovely hanging on the walls, though.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, shit. I said, oh, right. So in the morning, while you guys do your MSQ, we'll enjoy the healer. And the, there'll be no spoilers, of course. We will be a spoiler-free zone, as always. Safety first. Safety first. We will do healer and the Shadowbringers epilogue. For now, I have got to record some videos for you guys. What I'll do, Chris is back. Oh, it's 24-hour maintenance. Oh, FF7 tomorrow then? Mayhaps. Mayhaps FF7 tomorrow? Mayhaps. It's entirely possible. It's only 8 hours. All right, but I think it doesn't finish until after we usually start. I'll wait up. Either way, we've got a shit banger of a day. An absolute banger of a day tomorrow. Let's go say hi to Annie. As I go and get my recording face on. Let's go say hi to Annie. Thank you for a wonderful day. This was everything I hoped it would be, and I'm very... After the tank one especially, I'm so excited for what the healer one holds for us. I am genuinely, like, so excited for it. Well, me and Chris are going to get some filming done. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Love you guys. Bye-bye.